I've spent the last 10 years trying to convince myself that the human mind is just a series of electrical impulses prone to misfiring when we're tired or lonely. That's what the doctors tell you. That's what you tell yourself when you're staring at the ceiling at 3 in the morning, listening to the house settle. But houses don't settle with a rhythm. Wood doesn't groan in a way that sounds like a suppressed inhale. This happened back in the autumn of 2014, in a town in upstate New York that most maps don't bother to detail. I was 24, working a remote data entry job that paid just enough to keep me in a state of perpetual isolation. I'd rented an old Victorian farmhouse, the kind of place with character, which is just a realtor's code for drafty windows and floorboards that scream when you step on them. It sat at the end of a long, gravel driveway, flanked by skeletal maples that clawed at the gray sky. My nearest neighbor was a mile down the road, and honestly, that was how I liked it, or how I thought I liked it. Looking back, my first mistake was the bed. It was a heavy, antique oak frame I'd found at an estate sale. It sat high off the floor, leaving a dark, cavernous gap between the mattress and the rug. A gap I never bothered to fill with storage bins or suitcases. I liked the minimalist look, unaware that I was essentially leaving a vacant lot for something to move into. The first few weeks were silent. Then the shifting started. It began on a Tuesday. I remember because I'd just finished a 12-hour shift and my eyes were stinging from the blue light of the monitor. I climbed into bed, clicked off the lamp, and pulled the duvet up to my chin. The silence of the woods outside was absolute, no crickets, no wind, just the sound of my own pulse. Then I heard it, a dry, sliding sound, shhh-tuck. It sounded like a heavy cardboard box being pushed 6 inches across a hardwood floor. It came from directly beneath me. I froze. My first thought wasn't fear, it was confusion. I didn't have boxes under the bed. I didn't have a cat. I sat up and reached for the lamp, my heart doing a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I swung my legs over the side, but I didn't let my feet touch the floor. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I leaned over and clicked the light on. The room flooded with a warm, yellow glow. I peered over the edge of the mattress. Nothing, just the beige rug and a few stray dust bunnies. I felt a wave of sheepish relief. "The house is settling," I muttered to the empty room. My voice sounded thin, alien. I went back to sleep, but my dreams were filled with the image of a hand, gray and many-jointed, reaching out from the dark. By the second week, the rationalizations were getting harder to maintain. The sounds weren't just movements anymore, they were intentional. One night it was the sound of something metallic, like a coin being dropped and spinning to a stop on the floorboards. The next, it was the unmistakable sound of a fingernail tapping against the wooden slats of the bed frame. Tap, 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 always in groups of 3. I tried to tell myself it was mice, or a raccoon that had found its way into the crawlspace. I even went as far as to buy heavy-duty traps and peppermint oil, dousing the perimeter of the bedroom until the air burned my throat. But the tapping didn't stop. It grew more rhythmic, more confident. It was as if whatever was down there was learning the geography of my sleep schedule. It knew when I was drifting off, and that was exactly when it would remind me it was there. The turning point, the moment the logic truly shattered, happened on a Friday. I had stayed up late reading, the lamp on, feeling a false sense of security in the light. I dropped my bookmark onto the nightstand, and as I did, I noticed something leaning against the leg of the bed. It was a small, plastic soldier, an old, sun-faded green toy from the 1970s. I didn't own any toys. I hadn't had visitors in months. The soldier was standing perfectly upright, facing the door, as if it had been placed there with deliberate care. My breath hitched. I stared at that little green figure and a cold, oily sensation slid down my spine. I hadn't put it there. The previous tenants hadn't left it. I'd vacuumed that rug a dozen times. It was fresh. It was clean, and it was impossible. I reached down, my fingers trembling, and snatched it up. My hand brushed the darkness under the bed for a fraction of a second, and the air there was unnaturally cold, colder than the rest of the room by 20 degrees. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the kitchen with a butcher knife and a pot of coffee, watching the shadows of the maples dance on the linoleum. I told myself I was overreacting. I told myself it was a prank or sleepwalking or some neurological glitch. But deep down, the primal part of my brain, the part that still fears the dark for a very good reason, was screaming. It was telling me that the boundary of my home had been breached. The isolation I'd craved had become a trap. The next evening, the sun set with a violent, bruised purple hue. I didn't want to go back into that bedroom, but where else was I going to go? The couch was even lower to the ground. The basement was out of the question. I felt a strange, magnetic pull toward the bed. It was the center of the haunting, and I felt that if I just faced it, I could end it. I brought a flashlight. I brought a heavy iron poker from the fireplace. I climbed into the bed without turning off the lights. I lay there clutching the poker, staring at the ceiling. Hours passed. The house was silent. I began to feel foolish again. The toy soldier was probably just, I don't know, a fluke, a weird memory gap. Then the lamp flickered. It didn't just dim, it pulsed. Once, twice, and then the bulb popped with a sharp asterisk crack, plunging the room into a darkness so thick it felt like wool in my lungs. My heart hammered. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, but my hand knocked it over. I heard it roll. I heard it hit the rug. And then I heard it move. Something beneath the bed had caught it. I heard the distinct click of the flashlight's plastic casing hitting the floorboards deep under the center of my mattress. Then, the light turned on. A narrow beam of white light shot out from under the bed, hitting the far wall. It was shaking. Something was holding the flashlight. I was paralyzed. I couldn't even scream. I pressed my back against the headboard, pulling my feet up so tightly my knees hurt. The light under the bed began to sweep back and forth like a searchlight. It scanned the closet, the dresser, the window, and then it stopped. The beam pointed straight up, illuminating the underside of the mattress through the slats. I could see the silhouette of the springs, the fabric of the dust cover, and then I saw the shadow of a hand. It wasn't a human hand. The fingers were too long, the knuckles too bulbous, and there were too many of them. The shadow moved across the underside of my bed, stroking the wood like a lover. Then came the whisper. It didn't come from the room. It came from the floorboards, vibrating through the frame, through the mattress, and into my very bones. It was a wet, distorted sound, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of gravel. It said my name. Elias. The voice was flat, devoid of emotion, but the way it lingered on the last syllable made my skin crawl. It wasn't a question. It was an acknowledgement. It knew I was there. It had been waiting for me to know it was there, too. "Don't look, Elias," it wheezed. I didn't wait for a second sentence. My fight-or-flight response finally kicked in, and it chose flight with a vengeance. I didn't care about the dark. I didn't care about what might grab my ankles. I launched myself from the center of the bed, clearing the floor by several feet, and hit the bedroom door at a dead run. I didn't grab my keys. I didn't grab my phone. I burst out of the front door into the freezing night air, my bare feet hitting the gravel of the driveway. I didn't look back at the house, but I felt it, the weight of a gaze coming from the second-floor window. I ran until my lungs burned, until I reached the main road. I flagged down a passing trucker, a man whose face I'll never forget because he looked at my trembling, hysterical form and didn't ask a single question. He just unlocked the door and let me in. The police went back the next day. I refused to go with them. They found the house exactly as I'd left it. The front door was wide open. The lamp bulb was shattered, but when they checked under the bed, they found nothing. No footprints in the dust. No signs of an intruder. However, the sergeant did find one thing. He brought it out to me in a plastic evidence bag as I sat in the back of a cruiser, wrapped in a shock blanket. It was the flashlight. It was tucked right in the center, the sergeant said, scratching his head. But there's something weird. The batteries are melted, like they got hit with a blowtorch from the inside. And Elias, there are marks on the casing. He held up the bag. The heavy-duty plastic of the flashlight was covered in deep, rhythmic grooves. Not teeth marks, not scratches. They were indentations, as if someone with immense strength had squeezed the plastic until it deformed. And there, etched into the side of the flashlight in tiny, cramped letters that looked like they had been carved with a single, sharp fingernail, was a date. It was the date of my birth, followed by the date of that very night. I never went back to that house. I broke the lease, lost my deposit, and left every stick of furniture I owned behind. I live in a modern apartment now on the 12th floor. There is no space under my bed. I bought a platform frame that sits flush against the floor, solid wood all the way down. But sometimes, when the city gets quiet in the small hours of the morning, I feel a slight vibration, a rhythmic thrumming coming from the floorboards. Tap, tap, tap. And I realize that it doesn't matter how high you climb or how much you seal the gaps. Some things don't live in the house. They live in the shadow you cast. They live in the silence you leave behind. And once they know your name, they never stop whispering it. So if you're lying in bed right now and you feel a draft you can't explain, or you hear a sound that's just a little too rhythmic to be the wind, do yourself a favor. Don't reach for the light. Don't try to be brave. And for the love of God, don't look under the bed tonight. Because once you see it, it knows you're ready to be seen too. It took 3 years before I could sleep in total darkness again. 3 years of expensive therapy, white noise machines that sounded like rushing waterfalls, and a prescription for prazosin to keep the nightmares from clawing their way into my waking life. I moved to Chicago, thinking the sheer volume of 1 million people would drown out the memory of one wet, gravelly voice. I thought the concrete and steel of a high-rise would provide a barrier that the rotting timber of upstate New York couldn't. I was a fool to think that distance was measured in miles. By 2018, I had convinced myself that the incident in the farmhouse was a manifestation of a fugue state. That was the word my therapist, Dr. Aris, liked to use. He suggested that the isolation combined with the grueling hours of data entry and the history of the house had triggered a sensory hallucination. The toy soldier, a remnant of a childhood memory projected onto reality. The melted flashlight, a cheap Chinese knockoff with a faulty lithium battery. The voice, an auditory glitch born from extreme sleep deprivation. I wanted to believe him. I really did. I leaned into the logic of it until it became my new religion. I got a job at a marketing firm, loud, collaborative, and brightly lit. I started dating a girl named Sarah who laughed at my insistence on a platform bed but didn't push when I told her I just liked the aesthetic. Life was becoming a series of mundane, safe events. The gray, many-jointed hand was fading into the sepia tones of a bad dream. Then came the move to the new office. The firm had grown, and we moved from a cozy brick-and-mortar space in Wicker Park to a glass and chrome monolith in the Loop. My new desk was on the 14th floor. It was beautiful, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the L-train tracks. But there was one detail that made the hair on my arm stand up the moment I walked in. The desks weren't solid. They were modern, minimalist, floating workstations. Just a thick slab of mahogany supported by thin steel legs, leaving a wide, unobstructed space between the desk and the floor. "You okay, Elias?" Sarah asked. She worked in the same department 3 desks down. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "Just a bit of vertigo," I lied, forced a smile, and sat down. For the first week, I was fine. I kept my bag on the desk, never on the floor. I made sure I was never the last one in the office. I told myself the 14th floor was too high for anything to climb. I told myself that the thousands of tons of concrete beneath my feet were a shield. But the mind is a traitor. Once it learns a pattern, it seeks it out in the static. It started with the pens. I'm a creature of habit. I keep 3 black felt-tip pens in a neat row next to my monitor. On a Tuesday, the same day of the week the sliding sound had begun years ago, I returned from the break room to find only 2. I checked my pockets. I checked the floor. I even looked in the trash. Nothing. I shrugged it off. Then on Wednesday, I found the 3rd pen. It wasn't in a drawer or under a paper. It was standing perfectly upright on the floor, directly in the center of the space beneath my desk. It was balanced on its cap, defying the vibration of the passing trains outside. My stomach did a slow, nauseating roll. I didn't pick it up. I walked away, went to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on my face. It's a prank, I told myself. Someone in the office knows my history. Someone is messing with me. But nobody knew. Not even Sarah knew the full details of the farmhouse. To her, it was just a scary break-in that had left me with a bit of PTSD. When I came back, the pen was gone. In its place was a small, circular smudge of something dark on the carpet. It looked like old motor oil, but when I leaned closer, it smelled of something organic. Something like stagnant pond water and wet wool. That night, the humming started. In my apartment, the platform bed was supposed to be my sanctuary. It was a solid block of wood, no gaps, no voids. But as I lay there, Sarah sleeping soundly beside me, I felt a vibration that didn't match the distant rumble of the city. It was a rhythmic, pulsing thrum that seemed to originate from the floorboards directly beneath the bed. Tab, tab, tab. It was muffled, coming through the wood, but the cadence was unmistakable. It was the same 3-beat signature from 2014. My breath hitched. I reached out and gripped the edge of the mattress, my knuckles white. "Sarah," I whispered. "Sarah, wake up." She stirred, moaning softly. "Elias, what's wrong?" "Do you hear that?" She sat up, rubbing her eyes. The room was bathed in the soft blue glow of the streetlights. We sat in silence for a full minute. The tapping had stopped the moment she spoke. "Hear what, honey?" "The tapping under the bed." Sarah sighed, a sound of pity that hurt more than fear. "Elias, there is no under the bed. It's a solid frame. You're having another episode. Do you need your meds?" "I'm not having an episode," I hissed, though my voice lacked conviction. I felt it. The wood was vibrating. She reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm light should have been a comfort, but all I could see were the shadows it cast, the long, distorted shapes of the furniture stretching across the floor. "Look," she said, sliding out of bed. She knelt on the floor and knocked her knuckles against the side of the wooden platform. It gave a dull, solid thud. "See, it's solid wood. There's nothing there. It's just the neighbors or the pipes." She climbed back in and held me, but I didn't sleep. I watched the shadows. I watched the way the light from the street filtered through the blinds, creating a cage of bars on the far wall. And as the sun began to peek over the horizon, I saw something that made my heart stop. On the white baseboard, just inches from the floor, there was a mark. It was faint, drawn in what looked like charcoal or soot. It was a small, crude drawing of a ladder, and at the top of the ladder, a single word was written in that same cramped, scratching script I had seen on the flashlight: "Soon." I didn't go to work the next day. I told Sarah I had the flu. I spent the morning scouring the apartment with a flashlight, looking for any other marks. I found them. A small, gray thumbprint on the inside of the pantry door. A cluster of long, thin scratches on the underside of the dining table. It was as if something was mapping my life, marking the boundaries of its new territory. I called Dr. Aris. I told him I was spiraling. He told me to come in for an emergency session, but his office was in a basement suite of an old brownstone. The thought of going underground, of being surrounded by earth and the hollow spaces behind old walls, sent me into a full-blown panic attack. I hung up on him. I spent the afternoon in a hardware store. I bought bags of quick-dry cement, expanding foam, and heavy-duty floor sealant. I came home and began to work like a madman. Sarah found me 2 hours later, frantically injecting expanding foam into the small gap between the baseboards and the hardwood floor. "Elias, stop," she screamed, grabbing my shoulders. "You're losing it. Look at yourself." I was covered in dust and chemical foam, my eyes bloodshot. "It's coming up, Sarah. It's not under the bed anymore. It's in the walls. It's in the gaps." "There is nothing in the walls," she yelled back. "You're scaring me. I'm calling your mother." "Don't you dare. I gripped her arms, perhaps too hard. She winced, and the look of genuine fear in her eyes snapped something in me. I let go, stumbling back. "I'm sorry, I'm just tired. I haven't slept." "I'm staying at my sister's tonight," she said, her voice trembling. "You need help, Elias, real help, not foam and cement." She packed a bag and left. The silence she left behind was heavy, a physical weight that pressed against my eardrums. I stood in the center of the living room, the sun setting behind the skyscrapers, casting the apartment into a deep, bruised orange. I knew I couldn't stay in the bedroom. Even with the solid frame, the room felt like a mouth waiting to close. I moved to the living room couch, a sleek, modern piece that sat on high, chrome legs. My second mistake. I sat there for hours, the television on mute, the flickering light of a news channel providing the only illumination. I had a kitchen knife on the coffee table. I had my phone in my hand, the screen bright. I felt like a sentry guarding a crumbling fortress. Around 2:00 a.m., the television flickered. It didn't lose power. The image just distorted, the colors bleeding into a sickly green and purple. The news anchor's face stretched, her mouth becoming a black void that took up half the screen. Then, the sound returned. Not the sound of the news, but a low, wet whistling. The light in the living room began to dim. Not the bulb burning out, but the light itself seemed to be being sucked toward the floor. I looked down. Beneath the couch, in that 6-inch gap I had ignored, the shadows were moving. They weren't just dark patches, they were thick, like tar. They were swirling, coalescing into a shape that had no business being in a three-dimensional world. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like lead. A coldness, far more intense than the one in the farmhouse, swept over my feet. I looked down and saw them. Fingers. They were emerging from the shadow beneath the couch. They were gray, the color of a drowned man, and they were impossibly long. I counted 6, 7, 8 knuckles on a single digit. They moved with the jerky, unnatural grace of an insect's legs. They gripped the chrome leg of the couch, and I heard the metal groan. Crunch. The chrome tube flattened under the pressure of those fingers. The couch tilted. I tried to scream, but my throat was constricted, my vocal cords paralyzed by a terror so primal it bypassed the brain and went straight to the marrow. I scrambled backward, falling off the couch and onto the floor. I scrambled toward the kitchen, my heels drumming against the hardwood. I didn't look back. I reached the kitchen island and pulled myself up, grabbing the butcher knife I had left there. The apartment was silent again. The television had gone black. The only sound was the frantic, ragged sobbing of my own breath. "Come on then," I shrieked into the darkness. "I see you, I know you're there." A response came, but not from the living room. It came from the kitchen cabinets. Tab, tab, tab. The sound was coming from inside the cupboard beneath the sink. The wooden door rattled. Then, slowly, the handle turned. I backed away, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. The cabinet door creaked open, revealing nothing but the dark tangle of pipes and cleaning supplies. But then, a hand reached out. It didn't come from the back of the cabinet. It came from the floor of it. It pushed aside a bottle of Windex, its long, gray fingers trailing through a spill of dish soap. It pulled a body after it, or what passed for a body. It was a mass of pale, translucent skin and protruding bone, shifting and folding like a contortionist squeezed into a box too small. It had no face, only a series of horizontal slits where a mouth and eyes should be. It moved with a sickening, wet sound like meat being dragged over glass. It didn't stand up. It stayed low, hugging the floor, its many-jointed limbs splaying out like a spider's. It began to circle the kitchen island, its movements blurred and flickering, as if it were moving between the frames of a film. "Elias," it whispered. The voice didn't come from the slits in its head. It came from the air around me. It was the sound of my own name, but spoken by someone who had never used a human tongue. "Elias, so much space." It lunged. I didn't think. I swung the butcher knife with everything I had. The blade connected with something soft and cold. There was no blood, only a spray of a thick, black ichor that smelled of ozone and rot. The creature let out a sound like a pressurized steam vent. I didn't stay to finish it. I turned and bolted for the front door. I fumbled with the locks, my hands slick with the black fluid. I heard the wet asterisk slap 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 of the creature behind me. It was fast. I burst into the hallway, slamming the door shut and locking it from the outside with my key. I leaned my back against the door, gasping for air. I could hear it on the other side. It wasn't scratching, it wasn't pounding. It was whispering through the keyhole. The world is all gaps, Elias. I ran. I didn't take the elevator. I took the stairs, 14 flights of concrete and humming fluorescent lights. I burst out into the lobby, startling the night security guard. I didn't stop to explain. I ran out into the Chicago night, into the noise, into the lights, into the crowds of late-night revelers and taxis. I spent the rest of the night in a 24-hour diner, sitting in a booth with my back against the wall, a cup of coffee trembling in my hands. The waitress looked at me with concern, but I couldn't speak. I just watched the floor. I watched every shadow under every table. I never went back to the apartment. I sent a moving company to get my things, telling them to leave the furniture. I told them to just grab the clothes and the electronics. The lead mover called me 2 hours into the job. "Mr. Thorne, it's Mike from the moving crew. Look, we're at the apartment, but, well, there's something weird." "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "We were moving the couch and we found something, under the cushions and under the rug." "What?" "Thousands of them, sir. Toy soldiers, all green, all from the 70s. They're everywhere, glued to the floorboards in perfect circles. And Mr. Thorne, we found your girlfriend's bag, the one she packed." My heart stopped. "Sarah, is she there?" "No, sir. The bag is empty, but it's been turned inside out. And there's writing on the inside of the leather, in something that looks like charcoal." I knew what it said before he even spoke. "It says there is no under. There is only ME." I hung up. I changed my number. I moved again and then again. I live in a trailer now in the middle of the Mojave Desert. There is no basement. There are no crawl spaces. The bed is a thin mattress on a solid concrete slab I poured myself. The walls are thin and the sun is brutal, bleaching the world of shadows for 12 hours a day. But I know it's not over. I know because yesterday, I found a small, green plastic leg in my shoe. I know because when the wind howls across the dunes, it sounds like it's saying my name. And I know because last night, for the first time in months, I looked down at my own shadow on the sand. It was long and distorted by the setting sun. And for a fraction of a second, my shadow didn't move when I did. It stayed still, its many jointed fingers reaching out toward my heels. It's not under the bed, it's not in the walls. It's in the space between who I was and who I am. And very soon, there won't be any space left at all. The desert heat is a different kind of silence. In the city, silence is the absence of sirens. In the farmhouse, it was the weight of the trees. Here in the Mojave, the silence is a physical presence, a shimmering, vibrating heat that flattens the world into a two-dimensional plane. I chose this place because there is nowhere to hide. The sky is an oppressive, brilliant blue that offers no quarter to the dark. I spent my life savings on a plot of land that is essentially a scorched graveyard for ancient cacti and rusted scrap metal. I bought a 1974 Airstream, stripped it to its aluminum ribs, and bolted it directly to a 3-foot-thick slab of reinforced concrete. I don't use a bed anymore. I sleep on a yoga mat laid directly on the concrete. I keep a generator humming 20 feet away, powering a bank of industrial floodlights that bathe the perimeter of the trailer in a blinding, artificial noon. I have become a creature of the light, a moth that fears the flame but fears the dark more. For 6 months, I thought the desert had won. I thought the creature, whatever it was, whatever fold in reality it represented, couldn't survive the desiccating sun. I watched the horizon until my eyes ached, looking for that jerky, multi-jointed silhouette, but there was only the dancing of heat mirages. I began to eat again. I began to breathe without feeling the phantom weight of fingers on my throat. Then the mail started arriving. There is no mail delivery out here. I have a P.O. box in a dusty town called Cinder, 30 miles away. I go there once a week to pick up supplies and check for any word from Sarah. I still haven't heard from her. Her family filed a missing persons report, and the police questioned me 3 times. I told them the truth, that she left me, that she was scared of my breakdown. They looked at my hollow eyes and the way I flinched at the shadow of the ceiling fan, and decided I was just another desert rat who had lost his mind to the heat. 2 weeks ago, there was a package in the box. No return address, no postmark, just my name, Elias Thorne, written in a hand that looked like it had been practiced by someone who had only ever seen the alphabet through a mirror. I opened it in the cab of my truck, the engine idling and the air conditioning blasting. Inside was a single item, a photograph. It was a Polaroid, the edges yellowed and smelling of damp earth, an impossibility in this climate. The photo was of the interior of my Airstream. It was taken from an angle that shouldn't exist. It was taken from inside the concrete slab, looking up through the floor at the bottom of my feet as I slept. In the photo, I was a blur of movement, a man caught in a nightmare, but the floor beneath me wasn't solid. In the photograph, the concrete was as transparent as water, and swimming in that gray, stony sea, inches beneath my heels, was the creature. It looked different in the photo. It looked more formed, more deliberate. Its skin wasn't just pale, it was patterned with the textures of the things it had touched. I could see the grain of the mahogany desk from the loop, the floral pattern of Sarah's favorite rug, and the rough, splintered grain of the farmhouse floorboards. It was a collage of my trauma, a physical manifestation of every place I had ever tried to call home. I didn't go back to the trailer that night. I stayed in a motel in Cinder, a place with fluorescent lights that flickered and hummed. I sat on the edge of the bed, a standard frame, God help me, and kept my boots on. I held a flare gun in my right hand and a bottle of whiskey in my left. The motel manager, a man whose skin looked like cured leather, knocked on my door at 3:00 a.m. "Everything all right in there, Thorne?" "Fine," I croaked, "just watching TV." "The TV's not on, son, but I can hear you talking. Who you talking to?" I froze. I hadn't said a word in hours. "I'm not talking to anyone." "Sounded like you were reciting something. Names maybe, or dates." He walked away, his footsteps heavy on the external walkway. I looked at the door, then at the gap beneath it. A sliver of moonlight from the parking lot was shining through. And then, as if a hand had been passed in front of a lamp, the light was cut off. Something was standing outside my door. Not the manager. Something that didn't have feet. Something that blocked the light in a jagged, uneven line. "Elias," a voice whispered. It wasn't in the room. It was coming from the air inside my own ears. "The desert is just a big, empty room." I fired the flare gun at the door. The explosion of red phosphorus was deafening in the small room. The door scorched, the cheap wood blackening instantly. I didn't wait to see if I'd hit anything. I dived through the window, glass shattering against my skin, and sprinted for my truck. I didn't look back at the motel. I didn't look at the rearview mirror. I drove back into the desert, back to the only place I had left. When I reached the Airstream, the floodlights were out. The generator was still humming, its mechanical heartbeat steady in the dark, but the bulbs had been smashed. Not just broken, they had been ground into fine powder. I stood in the darkness, the desert wind whipping sand into my eyes, and I felt the change. The heat was gone. A localized, unnatural chill had settled over the concrete slab. I pulled out a heavy-duty tactical flashlight and clicked it on. The beam was strong, cutting through the dark like a sword. I swept it over the trailer. The aluminum was covered in those crude charcoal drawings, thousands of ladders, thousands of words, soon, NEAR, here, under. But it was the concrete that broke me. The 3-foot-thick slab of reinforced concrete, the foundation of my sanity, was covered in cracks. They weren't structural fissures. They were shaped. They were the outlines of hands. Hundreds of gray, many-jointed hands were etched into the stone, as if something had been trying to claw its way out from the center of the earth. I stepped onto the slab, my boots crunching on the pulverized glass of the floodlights. I needed my keys. I needed to get inside, to get my gun, to get the hell out of the state. I reached the door of the Airstream and grabbed the handle. It was wet. I looked at my hand. It was covered in that same black, ozone-smelling ichor. I looked up at the roof of the trailer. It was perched there. The creature didn't look like a contortionist anymore. It had stretched. Its limbs were now as thin as wire, extending 10, 12 feet in length, wrapping around the body of the Airstream like the legs of a harvestman spider. Its head, that featureless, slit-mapped nightmare, was hanging upside down over the door, swinging gently in the wind. It wasn't moving to attack. It was waiting. "Why?" I screamed, the sound lost in the vastness of the Mojave. "Why me? What do you want?" The slits on its face vibrated. A sound came out, not a voice, but a recording. It was the sound of my mother's voice from 20 years ago, calling me for dinner. Then it was Sarah's laughter. Then it was the sound of the sliding toy soldier on the farmhouse floor. "You opened the door," it finally whispered, the voice now a composite of everyone I had ever lost. "In the farmhouse, you looked under the bed." I didn't see anything, I yelled, waving the flashlight like a weapon. There was nothing there. "There was the void," the creature replied. Its long, wire-thin fingers began to tap against the aluminum of the trailer. Tap, 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 and the void saw you. It dropped. It didn't fall, it unfolded. It hit the concrete without a sound and began to flow toward me. It didn't move across the surface. It moved asterisk through asterisk it. As it touched the cracks in the slab, the stone seemed to liquefy, turning into a dark, viscous pool that swallowed its limbs and spat them out closer to my feet. I backed away, but I tripped on the generator's power cord. I fell hard, the flashlight spinning out of my hand and rolling across the slab. The beam hit the Airstream, illuminating the creature from behind, casting a shadow that stretched across the desert floor for 50 feet. I watched the shadow. The shadow didn't follow the creature's movements. While the physical entity was a mass of shifting limbs, the shadow was solid. It was a man. It was me. The shadow had my height, my build, my clothes, but it was holding something. In the shadow's hand was a long, jagged blade made of pure darkness. The creature stopped 5 feet from me. It reared up, its many-jointed body blocking out the stars. "The space is gone," it said. I scrambled for the flashlight, but a gray hand, moving with the speed of a striking cobra, pinned my wrist to the concrete. The grip was cold, so cold it felt like a burn. I could feel the bones in my arm beginning to grate together. "Look at the shadow," the creature commanded. I looked. The shadow version of myself was leaning over. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the ground. It reached down and gripped the edge of the shadow slab, the shadow earth, and then, with a slow, rhythmic pull, it began to lift. It was lifting the world. In the real world, the concrete beneath me groaned. A massive fissure opened up directly under my torso. I could see down into it, not into dirt, not into pipes or earth, but into a humming, purple-black abyss that went on forever. It was the space between atoms. It was the silence between heartbeats. It was the place where things go when they are forgotten. "No," I clawed at the edges of the crack, my fingers slipping on the black ichor. The creature leaned down, its face inches from mine. For the first time, I saw what was inside the slits. It wasn't eyes. It was mirrors. Tiny, fractured shards of glass that reflected my own terrified face back at me 1,000 times over. "Don't look," under it whispered. The shadow me pulled the world open. The crack widened. My legs disappeared into the cold. I felt the sensation of falling, even though I was still lying on the ground. The gravity was shifting, pulling me sideways into the dark. I reached out and grabbed the creature's arm. It was a desperate, instinctive move, but the moment I touched it, the mirrors in its face shattered. A sound like 1,000 breaking windows echoed through the desert. The creature shrieked, a high-pitched frequency that made my nose bleed. It tried to pull away, but I held on. If I was going into the gap, I was taking this thing with me. "You're part of me," I screamed, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "You're not from the house. You're the part of me that stayed in the dark." The creature's form began to flicker. It blurred, its limbs melting into the black fluid, its body losing its shape. The shadow on the ground began to thrash. The two worlds, the physical desert and the shadow abyss, were colliding. The concrete slab exploded. I was thrown backward, flying through the air as the airstream was lifted off its foundations by a geyser of black energy. I hit the sand 20 feet away, the air leaving my lungs in a violent rush. I lay there, gasping, watching as the trailer, the generator, and the creature were swallowed by the earth. The fissure slammed shut with the force of an earthquake. Silence returned to the Mojave. I lay in the sand for a long time, watching the sun begin to bleed over the horizon. The sky turned a bruised purple, then a pale, dusty orange. I was covered in cuts, my arm was broken, and I was miles from help. But I was alive. I stood up, my legs shaking. The concrete slab was gone. In its place was a perfect circular patch of black glass, smooth as a mirror. I walked to the edge of it and looked down. There was no reflection of the sky. There was no reflection of the sun. Deep within the glass, miles down, I saw a small, flickering light. It was the beam of a flashlight, and next to it, a small, green plastic figure. I turned away and started walking toward the road. I didn't look back. I knew that if I did, I would see the glass beginning to crack. I reached the highway just as a semi-truck was pulling over. The driver, a kind-faced man with a thick beard, helped me into the cab. "Son, what happened to you? You look like you went 10 rounds with a mountain lion." "I fell," I said, my voice cracking. I fell into a hole." "Well, you're safe now," he said, handing me a bottle of water. "We'll get you to a hospital in Barstow." I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window and closed my eyes. For the first time in years, I felt a genuine sense of peace. The creature was gone. The gap was closed. We drove for an hour in silence. The rhythm of the tires on the asphalt was hypnotic. I felt myself drifting off, the exhaustion finally winning. "Hey," the driver said, his voice sounding a bit distant. "You okay? You're shaking." "I'm fine," I murmured, not opening my eyes. "Just cold." "Well, there's a blanket behind the seat. Just reach back and grab it." I reached my hand behind the passenger seat, feeling around in the dark space between the seat and the back of the cab. My fingers brushed against something soft, the wool of a blanket. But as I pulled it forward, my hand hit something else. Something hard, something plastic. I pulled it out and looked at it in the morning light. It was a toy soldier, a green paratrooper, its parachute tangled and torn. My heart didn't race, my breath didn't hitch. I just looked at it with a cold, hollow clarity. I looked at the driver. He was staring straight ahead at the road, his hands gripped tight on the wheel. "Is there a problem, Elias?" he asked. His voice hadn't changed, but the way he said my name, the way the syllables seemed to stretch and vibrate, told me everything I needed to know. I didn't answer, I didn't scream. I just looked down at the floor of the truck. There was a gap between the seat and the door, a small, dark space, no more than 2 inches wide. And from that space, a single, gray, many-jointed finger was reaching out, slowly tracing the outline of my boot. I realized then that I had been wrong. The creature wasn't in the space between who I was and who I am. It was the space. And as the truck sped down the empty highway, heading toward a horizon that never seemed to get any closer, I reached down. I didn't pull away. I didn't fight. I took the finger in my hand, and I let it pull me under. The sensation of being pulled under wasn't a sudden jerk or a violent descent. It was a slow, rhythmic dissolution, like salt melting into an ocean of ink. The interior of the truck cab began to warp, the scent of diesel and stale coffee replaced by that sharp, metallic tang of ozone and old, wet earth. The driver didn't turn his head. He didn't even seem to be breathing anymore. He was just a silhouette carved out of the morning light, a prop in a play that had finally reached its final act. I didn't resist as my hand merged with that cold, gray digit. I felt the skin of my palm ripple, the texture of my own flesh surrendering to the patterned collage of the creature's hide. I was becoming the mahogany desk. I was becoming Sarah's rug. I was becoming the splintered floorboards of a house that no longer existed. "Where are we going?" I whispered. My voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It sounded like the wind whistling through a ribcage. The driver's mouth moved, but the words didn't come from his lips. They vibrated out of the dashboard, out of the upholstery, out of the very air. Nowhere. We are simply arriving. The truck didn't stop, but the road did. The asphalt beneath the wheels turned into a gray, featureless plain that stretched infinitely in every direction. The sun, which had been rising only moments ago, froze in the sky, becoming a dull copper coin that cast no shadows. Or rather, it cast only one shadow, the truck, which was now elongated and jagged, reaching out toward the horizon like a black needle. I felt the floor of the cab soften. My boots sank through the metal as if it were quicksand. I looked down and saw that the gap beneath the seat had widened, turning into a mouth of pure shadow. The finger that held mine began to retract, pulling me into that narrow darkness. It was a physical impossibility, a grown man being drawn into a 2-inch crevice, but my bones felt like liquid, my organs shifting and flattening to accommodate the transition. There was no pain. There was only a profound sense of inevitability. When the darkness finally swallowed my head, the sound of the truck's engine died. The silence that followed was absolute. I was suspended in a void that felt neither cold nor warm. It was a sensory vacuum, a place where the concept of self began to fray at the edges. I waited for the end. I waited for the void to consume the last of my consciousness, to turn me into just another layer of the creature's skin. But the end didn't come. Instead, a light flickered into existence. It was a small, pale light about 30 feet away. It pulsed with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. As my eyes adjusted, or whatever I was using for eyes in this place, I realized I was standing on a surface that felt like polished bone, the black glass from the desert. I walked toward the light. My movements were jerky, my limbs feeling too long, my joints clicking with a sound that echoed like a hammer on an anvil. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the fingers elongated, the skin mapped with the faint, ghostly outlines of every object I had ever feared. I reached the light. It wasn't a lamp or a star. It was a television set. It was the old, wood-paneled Zenith from my childhood living room. It sat alone in the darkness, its screen filled with static, the snow of a dead channel. I knelt before it, and as I did, the static began to resolve into shapes. I saw a boy. He was 6 years old, sitting on the edge of a bed in a room with blue wallpaper. The room was dark, save for the sliver of light coming from the hallway. The boy was staring at the floor. He was clutching a green plastic soldier. "Don't do it, Elias," I croaked. The sound was a composite of 1,000 voices, a choir of the lost. The boy on the screen didn't hear me. He leaned over, his small face tight with a mixture of terror and morbid curiosity. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling, and gripped the edge of the dust ruffle. "Don't look," I pleaded, reaching out to touch the glass of the screen. The boy pulled the fabric back. He peered into the darkness beneath the bed. On the screen, I saw what he saw. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a void. It was me. I was staring back at him from the other side of the glass, my many-jointed fingers reaching out from the shadows of his own memory. I was the thing under the bed. I had always been the thing under the bed. The creature hadn't followed me from the farmhouse. It hadn't been born in the desert. It was a loop, a closed circuit of trauma that fed on itself across time. The boy screamed, but no sound came out of the television. Instead, the screen shattered outward. The glass shards didn't fall. They hung in the air, each one reflecting a different moment of my life. I saw Sarah standing in the doorway of the farmhouse, her face pale. "Elias, who are you talking to?" I saw the manager at the motel, his eyes filled with a pity that felt like a death sentence. I saw my mother, her hand on the light switch, her smile not reaching her eyes. "There's nothing under there, honey, just shadows." But she was wrong. The shadows were everything. They were the reservoir for every unspoken fear, every repressed memory, every moment of shame that we pushed down into the dark corners of our minds. We build our lives on top of them, bolting our airstreams to concrete slabs, thinking we can seal the darkness away. But the concrete always cracks. The light always fails. I stood up among the floating shards of my life. The creature was no longer a separate entity. It was standing behind me, but it was also inside me. We were a single, blurred silhouette against the infinite gray. "What happens now?" I asked the void. The answer didn't come in words. It came in a shift of perspective. I felt myself expanding, my consciousness spreading out across the gray plain, connecting to other pockets of darkness. I felt the space under 1,000 beds. I felt the hollows inside 1,000 walls. I felt the shadow cast by 1,000 setting suns. I saw a girl in a city apartment, staring at a closet door that wouldn't stay shut. I saw an old man in a nursing home, watching the way the curtains moved in a room with no draft. I saw a child in a farmhouse, much like the one I had fled, leaning over to look for a lost toy. I felt a hunger then, not a hunger for flesh, but a hunger for recognition, to be seen, to be acknowledged as the foundational truth of the world. The light is a lie we tell ourselves to keep from screaming, but the dark is the honest architecture of the universe. I looked down at the black glass beneath my feet. Far below, I saw the truck. It was still driving down the highway, but it was empty now. The driver was gone. The passenger was gone. It was just a ghost machine traveling through a ghost world. Then I felt a tug, a familiar rhythmic pulling. Tab, tab, tab. It was coming from above, or perhaps it was below. In this place, the directions were meaningless. I followed the sound, my long, wire-thin limbs moving with a grace I had never possessed in the light. I moved through the layers of reality, passing through the membrane of the void and back into the world of matter. I found myself in a room. It was small, smelling of lavender and old paper. A nightlight shaped like a seashell cast a dim, orange glow over a twin-sized bed. A young boy was lying there, his eyes wide, his breath coming in shallow hitches. He was staring at the gap between the mattress and the floor. He had heard a sound, my sound, the sound of a many-jointed finger tapping against the underside of the slats. I felt a flicker of the man I used to be, Elias Thorne, the man who loved Sarah, the man who wanted to be safe. That man wanted to tell the boy to go to sleep, to tell him that the world was kind and that the shadows were just an absence of light. But that man was a shadow now, and the shadow was the man. I reached out from the darkness beneath the bed. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted him to know. I wanted him to see the truth before the world tried to bury it in concrete. I let my fingers, long, pale, and patterned with the grain of 100 different lives, creep slowly over the edge of the carpet. I waited for the boy to lean over. I waited for the moment when his eyes would meet mine in the fractured mirrors of the dark. "Don't look," I whispered. the voice a composite of 1,000 mothers, 1,000 lovers, 1,000 endings. But he did look, they always look. As his face came into view, his eyes stretching with a terror that was also a form of awakening, I felt the space between us vanish. There was no more Elias. There was no more boy. There was only the fold in reality, the beautiful, terrible gap where we all eventually meet. Outside the window, the desert wind began to howl, carrying the scent of ozone and the sound of breaking glass. The night was long, and the shadows were deep, and for the first time in my existence, I wasn't afraid of what was under the bed. I was the bed, I was the floor, I was the dark. And I was finally home. The boy's face was a pale moon descending into my orbit. I could see the reflection of the seashell nightlight in his pupils, a tiny, flickering spark of the world above, the world of sun-warmed skin and audible laughter. He was so close I could smell the laundry detergent on his pillowcase and the faint, metallic scent of a copper penny clutched in his sweaty palm. He was looking for the source of the tapping, looking for the monster, but what he found was a mirror. I felt my own face, or the approximation of a face that I now inhabited, ripple like water. The fractured shards of glass that served as my eyes began to hum. I didn't want to devour him. I wanted to absorb the context of his life, to add his small, suburban terrors to the library of shadows I now curated. Is someone there?" the boy whispered. The sound of his voice sent a shockwave through my form. It was too vibrating, too physical. It threatened to pull me back into the agony of a singular existence, to remind me of the weight of a broken arm and the sting of desert sand in a fresh wound. I reached out, not with a hand, but with a thought, wrapping the silence of the abyss around his words until they muffled and died. I began to realize the geometry of my new existence. I was not just in this room. I was a tethered shadow, a dark umbilical cord connected to every space where the light failed to reach. Even as I stared at this boy, I felt the cold dampness of a cellar in Maine, the suffocating velvet of a theater curtain in London, and the jagged, airless void beneath a loose stone in the Andes. I was the connective tissue of the world's fear. The boy reached out. His small, soft hand descended into the darkness beneath the bed frame. He was searching for his penny. It had rolled into my domain, a circular bit of the bright world now tarnished by the atmosphere of the gap. As his fingertips brushed the carpet, I felt the temptation to snap, to pin his wrist to the floor as the creature had pinned mine on the Mojave concrete, to show him the humming, purple-black abyss and the space between heartbeats. But the hunger was different now. It wasn't the hunger of a predator. It was the hunger of a storyteller. I let the penny slide toward him. I pushed it with a sliver of shadow, feeling the ridges of the coin against my ethereal touch. The boy froze. He felt the movement. He felt the cold. He scrambled back, pulling his arm onto the safety of the mattress, his breath coming in jagged, rhythmic gasps. He didn't scream. That was the secret of the dark. True terror is a silent thing. It occupies the throat and turns the tongue to lead. I retreated further into the corner, merging with the dust and the forgotten Lego bricks. I watched him huddle under his covers, creating a fortress of cotton and polyester. He thought the blanket was a shield. He didn't understand that I was in the fibers of the blanket too. I was the weight of the quilt. I was the chill that seeped through the weave. As the boy eventually drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep, I felt a pull from the center of my being. The Elias part of me, the stubborn, aching core of the man who had driven a truck across the desert, was screaming for an exit. It was a phantom limb pain, a memory of being solid. I allowed myself to drift back through the black glass, back to the gray plane where the Zenith television sat. The screen was no longer showing the boy. It was showing the highway. The semi-truck was still moving, but the perspective had shifted. I was no longer in the cab. I was the road itself. I felt the weight of the tires pressing down on me, the friction of the rubber generating a heat that felt like a distant memory of a fever. "You can't stay in the middle," a voice echoed. It wasn't the driver. It was the creature, the version of me that had first pulled me under. It was standing at the edge of the gray plain, its body now stable, its mirrors polished and clear. "You are the bridge, Elias, but a bridge that no one crosses eventually falls." "I don't want to be a bridge," I said, and the gray plain vibrated with the force of my rejection. "I want to go back. I want to find Sarah." The creature laughed. The sound was like the clattering of dry bones in a windstorm. "Sarah is a light dream. She exists in the world of shadows cast by the sun. You have moved into the shadows cast by the soul. There is no path back to the farmhouse. The concrete has set." I looked at my hands again. They were fading. The pale, elongated fingers were becoming translucent, revealing the humming void beneath. I was losing the ability to hold a shape. I was becoming the nothing that people insisted was under the bed. "If I'm the dark," I whispered, "then I can go anywhere." "Yes," the creature replied, "but you can never be seen for who you were, only for what they fear." I turned away from the creature and ran. I didn't use legs. I projected my intent across the grayness, seeking out the specific vibration of the Mojave. I looked for the taste of dust and the smell of sagebrush. I looked for the bruised purple of a desert dawn. I found the spot. The circular patch of black glass was still there, a scar on the earth where the airstream had once stood. But it was different now. The glass was cracked. A team of people in orange vests was standing around it, their voices hushed, their movements cautious. I rose up through the glass. I didn't break the surface. I seeped through it like oil. I was a shadow on the ground, a dark stain that moved against the wind. I saw the investigators. I saw the yellow police tape fluttering in the breeze. And then I saw her. Sarah was standing by the road, her arms wrapped tightly around her chest. She looked older, her face lined with a grief that hadn't been there when I left the farmhouse. She was staring at the hole in the ground, her lips moving in a silent prayer. I moved toward her. I stretched my shadow across the sand, reaching for the hem of her jeans. I wanted to tell her I was alive. I wanted to tell her that the hole wasn't empty, that it was full of everything we had ever lost. As my shadow touched her boot, she shivered. She looked down, her eyes searching the ground. For a second, just a heartbeat, our gazes met. She didn't see the man she loved. She saw a flicker of something wrong. She saw a shape that didn't match the sun. "Elias," she whispered, her voice trembling. I tried to speak, but all that came out was the sound of the wind. I tried to manifest, to pull the atoms of the desert together into the shape of a face, a hand, a smile. But the more I struggled to be solid, the more the void pulled at me from the other side. The investigators were moving closer, their Geiger counters clicking frantically. The black glass was beginning to glow with a sickly, purple light. "Get back, ma'am," one of them shouted. "The ground is unstable." Sarah didn't move. She kept looking at the shadow at her feet. She reached down, her hand trembling, just as the boy had reached under the bed. She was looking for the truth. But I couldn't let her find it. If she looked too closely, if she truly saw what I had become, the gap would claim her too. The vacuum of my existence would pull her into the gray plain, into the wood-paneled living room and the infinite silence. I loved her too much to let her see under the bed. I pulled away. I retracted my shadow, snapping it back toward the center of the black glass. I felt the wrenching agony of the separation, the tearing of my very essence as I forced myself back into the depths. The glass began to shatter. The geyser of black energy I had seen before erupted again, but this time it was a silent explosion. It was a withdrawal. The earth was reclaiming the void. I fell back through the layers of reality. I passed the zenith television, which was now dark. I passed the gray plain, which was dissolving into mist. I fell into the deep, humming abyss, the place where things go when they are forgotten. But I wasn't alone. In the darkness of the deepest gap, I found the others. I found the thousands of versions of myself that had been shed during the journey. I found the boy with the toy soldier. I found the driver of the truck. I found the creature with the mirror eyes. We merged. We became a single, vast consciousness, a dark sea that underpinned the world of light. I realized then that the creature hadn't been my enemy. It had been my guide. It was the part of me that knew the light was temporary. It was the part of me that understood that under the bed isn't a location, it's a state of being. I settled into the silence. I became the quiet between the ticks of a clock. I became the space behind a closed eye. I was the dark, and the dark was vast, and the dark was full of stories. Occasionally, I would feel a ripple. A child would drop a marble. A woman would lose a ring. A man would drop a key into a storm drain, and I would be there to catch it. I would hold these small, bright things in the velvet of my palm, keeping them safe in the place where the sun never shines. And sometimes, when the world was very still, I would return to the farmhouse, not as a man, but as a feeling. I would be the cool breeze that moved the curtains while Sarah slept. I would be the shadow that kept the room dim so she could rest. I didn't look under the bed anymore. I didn't have to. I knew exactly what was there. It was peace. It was the end of the struggle. It was the long, slow exhale of a world that was finally tired of pretending. The highway was still there, somewhere far above, the trucks still carrying their cargo toward an ever-receding horizon. The desert was still there, the sand shifting in the wind. But I was in the foundation. I was the floor beneath the floor. And as the last of the light faded from my memory, I felt a single, green plastic soldier settle into the palm of my hand. I held it tight. It was a souvenir from a life that had finally, mercifully, gone under. The tapping stopped. The silence was complete, and in that silence I finally went to sleep. The bed was warm, the floor was solid, and the dark was at last enough. The silence was not an end, but a recalibration. In the depths of the architectural dark, I discovered that time does not move in a line. It pools like spilled ink. I was no longer Elia's thorn, the man with a destination, but I was the stillness in the drywall of every house he had ever lived in. I was the cold air that gathered in the corners of the ceiling, watching the younger versions of myself struggle against the inevitable. I found myself drifting again, drawn by a specific frequency of grief. It wasn't Sarah's grief this time, but something older, something rooted in the very soil of the Mojave. I felt the vibration of the desert floor, but it wasn't the highway. It was the sound of a shovel hitting dry earth. I manifested in the crawlspace of a house that hadn't been built yet, or perhaps it had been torn down centuries ago. The distinction was a luxury of the living. Above me, the floorboards groaned under the weight of a heavy trunk being dragged across the room. I could feel the dust motes dancing in the slivers of light that poked through the gaps in the wood. I was the witness to a secret. A man was kneeling above me. I could see him through the floorboards, not with eyes, but with the sensory awareness of the shadow he cast. He was weeping, a dry, rhythmic sobbing that sounded like the desert wind. He was burying something. Not a body, but a box of letters, a wedding ring, and a handful of parched earth from a grave 300 miles away. He was trying to bury his history, thinking that if he put it under the floor, it would cease to exist. I reached up through the wood. My elongated fingers didn't break the boards. They became the grain, the knots, and the splinters. I felt the heat of his knees through the timber. I wanted to tell him that nothing is ever truly buried. The dark doesn't destroy, it preserves. It holds the weight of what we cannot carry until we are strong enough to become the weight ourselves. As he hammered the last nail into the floor, I felt the vibration in my very marrow. Each strike was a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The sound echoed, transforming. It wasn't a hammer anymore. It was the sound of a fist on a door. I was back in the motel, the room with the peeling wallpaper and the smell of stale cigarettes. I was the shadow behind the television, the one that the manager had looked at with such pity. But now I saw the scene from the other side. I saw Elias, the solid, terrified Elias, huddled on the bed, his eyes fixed on the door. I saw the door handle turn. I saw the shadow seep under the crack. From my new vantage point, I realized I was the shadow. I was the one turning the handle. I was the one seeking entry, not to terrify him, but to warn him. I was trying to tell myself to stop running, to look down and see that the abyss was already home. "Elias," I whispered from the vents. The man on the bed jumped, his breath catching in a way that I now felt as a sympathetic thrum in my own chest. He grabbed his keys. He ran for the truck. I watched him go, feeling the tether of our shared souls stretch thin but never snap. I was the ghost of his future, haunting the footsteps of his past. The loop continued, a carousel of trauma and realization. I visited the farmhouse when I was 6 years old. I was the shape under the bed that made me cry out for my mother. When she came in and turned on the light, telling me there was nothing there, I felt the sting of her lie. I was there. I was right there, curled around the dust bunnies, my wire-thin limbs tucked tight against the slats. I was the only thing in that room that was truly honest. I saw my mother's face as she looked under the bed. For a fraction of a second, the light of her flashlight passed right through me. She didn't see me, but she felt the cold. I saw her hand tremble. I saw the way she quickly stood up and smoothed her skirt, her eyes darting to the dark corners of the room with a primal recognition she spent her whole life denying. She knew the dark. She had her own gaps, her own rooms with no doors. "There's nothing there, Elias," she said, her voice a fragile shield. I wanted to reach out and touch her cheek. I wanted to tell her it was okay to be afraid, that the fear was just the soul's way of acknowledging the scale of the universe. But I was the dark, and to touch her would be to drown her. I retreated into the foundation, falling deeper into the strata of memory. I found myself back on the highway, but the truck was gone. The road was a ribbon of black glass stretching into an infinite twilight. Standing in the middle of the lane was the manager from the motel. He wasn't wearing his uniform. He was dressed in rags of shadow, his eyes two polished obsidian spheres. "You're learning," he said, his voice the sound of tires on gravel. "Why me?" I asked. My voice was no longer a whisper, it was the resonance of the desert itself. "Because you looked," he replied. "Most people spend their lives staring at the sun until they go blind, thinking the brightness is safety. But you looked at the cracks, you followed the tapping, you followed the hunger." "What happens to the others?" I asked, thinking of the girl in the city apartment and the old man in the nursing home. "They are the seeds," the manager said, gesturing to the infinite horizon. "They are the ones who feel the pull. Some will fight it until they break. Some will build walls of concrete and light. But eventually the sun sets for everyone, and we are the ones who catch them when they fall." He stepped toward me, and as he moved, his form shifted. He became the creature from the farmhouse. Then he became the boy with the toy soldier. Then he became a version of me I hadn't met yet, an Elias who was made of starlight and soot. "The world above is a stage," he said. "The light is the spotlight and the people are the actors. But the dark is the theater itself. It's the only thing that remains after the play is over." I looked down at my hands. They were no longer fading, they were solidifying into something new. Not flesh, but a dense, shimmering substance that looked like the midnight sky. I felt a sense of immense power, but it was a quiet power. The power of the tide, the power of the mountain. "Is there an end?" I asked. "There is only the fold," he said. He reached out and touched the air in front of him. The reality of the highway buckled. It folded like a piece of paper, bringing two distant points together. Through the tear, I saw a glimpse of a different world. A world where the sky was a deep, bruising violet and the trees were made of silver smoke. "Go," he said. "The library is waiting." I stepped through the fold. I was no longer in the desert. I was in a place that felt like a cathedral built of memories. The walls were lined with shelves that stretched up into an invisible ceiling. On the shelves were not books but objects, thousands of them, a discarded doll, a broken watch, a single muddy shoe, a rusted key. Each object was a tether to a moment of fear, a fragment of a life that had touched the dark. I walked along the aisles, my footsteps making no sound on the floor of cold stone. I saw a shelf labeled Thorn Elias Asterisk. There, sitting on the wood, was the green plastic soldier. Next to it was the keys to the semi-truck, and next to those was a small, framed photograph of Sarah. I picked up the photograph. It felt warm in my hand, a localized pocket of the sun world. In the picture, Sarah was laughing, her hair blowing across her face. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated light. I realized then that this was my task. I was the curator of the shadows. I was the one who held onto the pieces of people that they were too afraid to keep for themselves. I was the guardian of the unspoken, the protector of the forgotten. I placed the photograph back on the shelf. I felt a sense of profound purpose. The agony of the farmhouse, the terror of the desert, the loneliness of the gray plain, it had all been a refinement process. I had been stripped of my illusions so that I could hold the truth. I heard a sound then, a faint rhythmic tapping. It wasn't coming from a bed. It was coming from the very walls of the library. I followed the sound to a far corner where a new shelf was forming. The wood was raw, smelling of fresh pine and old blood. On the shelf, a single object was manifesting. It was a copper penny. I reached out and touched it. Immediately, I was transported. I was back in the room with the lavender and old paper. The boy was sitting up in bed, his eyes red from crying. He was looking at the spot where the penny had been. He looked older now, only by a few hours, but the innocence had vanished from his gaze. He had seen the truth, and it had changed him. He got out of bed and walked to the window. He looked out at the night, at the shadows of the trees dancing on the lawn. He didn't look away. He didn't turn on the light. He stood there, his forehead pressed against the cool glass, watching the dark. "I see you," he whispered. I felt a surge of warmth, a strange, dark warmth that filled the hollows of my being. He wasn't afraid. He was acknowledging me. He was accepting the architecture of the universe. I moved the curtains just a fraction of an inch, a soft, rustling sound that mimicked the wind. He smiled. It was a small, sad smile, but it was real. I pulled back from the room, returning to the library. I felt a sense of completion. The boy would grow up and he would carry the dark with him. He would become a man who understood the value of the shadows. Perhaps one day he would find his way here too. Perhaps he would be my successor. I sat down on the stone floor of the library and closed my eyes. I didn't need to see. I could feel the entire world. I could feel the heartbeat of every creature huddling in the dark. I could feel the slow, tectonic shift of the earth. I could feel the stars burning in the vast, cold emptiness of space. I was Elias Thorn. I was the creature under the bed. I was the shadow on the highway. I was the curator of the lost. I was the dark. And for the first time in all my lives, I wasn't waiting for the morning. I didn't need the sun to tell me who I was. I was the foundation. I was the truth. As I drifted into a deep, dreamless state, I felt the library expand. New shelves were appearing every second. New objects were arriving, a lost locket, a shattered mirror, a child's first tooth. The world was full of shadows, and they were all coming home. The tapping began again, a soft, insistent rhythm that echoed through the halls of my new existence. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a threat. It was a heartbeat. The heartbeat of the universe, pulsing in the dark. I reached out into the void, my fingers brushing against the infinite possibilities of the night. I found a loose thread of reality and pulled. The scene shifted. I was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking out over a sea of clouds. The moon was a sliver of silver in a sky of deepest indigo. Beside me stood Sarah. She wasn't the Sarah from the farmhouse or the Sarah from the desert road. She was a version of her that existed only in the dark, a Sarah made of dreams and memory. She turned to me, and her eyes were full of stars. "You stayed," she said, her voice a melody of nightingales. "I couldn't leave," I replied. "I found out where the shadows go." She reached out and took my hand. Her touch didn't burn. It felt like the cool water of a mountain stream. We stood there for an eternity, watching the clouds roll over the world below. We watched the lights of the cities flicker and die. We watched the mountains crumble into dust. "Is it lonely?" she asked. "No," I said, looking at the library that now existed inside my heart. "It's full. It's the only place that's truly full." She leaned her head on my shoulder, and I felt the weight of her, a weight that was no longer a burden but a connection. We were the shadows that watched over the world. We were the silence that allowed the music to be heard. The world of light continued its frantic, noisy dance far below us, but we were beyond it. We were the peace that waits at the end of every journey. We were the answer to every why, and the comfort for every how. I looked down at the copper penny in my hand. It was no longer a coin. It was a spark of recognition, a tiny beacon in the vastness. I let it fall from the cliff, watching as it tumbled down through the clouds, down through the layers of reality, until it landed softly on the carpet of a small room smelling of lavender and old paper. A young boy, years in the future, would find it. He would pick it up and wonder where it came from. He would look under his bed, and for a moment, he would see a flicker of a smile in the dark. And he wouldn't be afraid. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me completely. There was no more Elias. There was no more Sarah. There was only the hum of the universe, the grand, beautiful, terrible architecture of the night. The concrete had cracked, the light had failed, and in the wreckage I had found the world. "Don't look under the bed tonight," the world whispers. But I did, and I found that the only thing under there was me, waiting to welcome myself home. The library did not remain a static cathedral. As I grew accustomed to the weight of the dark, the shelves began to breathe. They didn't just hold objects, they held the echoes of the intentions behind them. I realized that the fold the manager spoke of was not a place, but a state of hyper-awareness. To be the dark was to be the connective tissue of every lonely moment in history. I felt a tug. It was sharper than the others, a jagged pull that tasted of salt and rusted iron. I didn't walk toward it. I simply allowed the library to dissolve around me until the stone floor became the damp, rotting wood of a pier. I was on the coast of Maine, or perhaps a memory of it. The fog was so thick it felt like wet wool against a skin I no longer possessed. A lighthouse stood in the distance, its beam cutting a frantic, futile circle through the mist. Each time the light passed over me, I felt a momentary thinning, a painful reminder of what it was to be seen. But in the intervals of blackness, I was absolute. At the end of the pier stood a woman. She was holding a heavy iron key, her knuckles white, her eyes fixed on the churning black water below. She wasn't looking for a person. She was looking for a way to let go of a promise she could no longer keep. I settled into the space between her and the railing. I became the shadow cast by her own body, a silhouette that stretched out toward the Atlantic. I felt her pulse, fast, erratic, a bird trapped in a cage of ribs. She whispered a name that drifted into the fog and vanished before it could hit the waves. I reached out not to push but to cradle. I wrapped the chill of the night around her shoulders like a shawl. I wanted her to know that the water wasn't the end. The dark was already here and it was holding her up. The key slipped from her fingers. I didn't let it splash. I caught it in the velvet folds of the deep, and as it left her hand, I felt the library back home grow a new shelf. The woman exhaled, a long, shuddering breath that mirrored my own release in the farmhouse. She turned away from the edge, her face suddenly smooth, the lines of grief softened by the absence of the weight she had carried. She walked back toward the shore, and I remained, a silent sentinel on the rotting timber. "You're getting faster," a voice said. I didn't turn. I knew the resonance. It was the manager, but he looked different now. He was taller, his limbs elongated like the shadows of trees at sunset. He was wearing a coat made of moth wings and static. "It isn't about speed," I said, my voice the sound of the tide pulling back the shingle. "It's about the gravity, The heavier the secret, the faster I find it. And what of the one you left behind? He asked, gesturing toward the horizon where the desert should be. The Elias who still thinks he's driving a truck. The Elias who still thinks Sarah is waiting in a farmhouse that hasn't burned down yet. I felt a ripple of discomfort. The library flickered. He's part of the loop. He's the seed, like you said. He is more than a seed, the manager replied, stepping closer. His eyes weren't obsidian anymore, they were mirrors. In them I saw the highway. I saw the headlights of the semi-truck cutting through the Nevada night. I saw the man behind the wheel, his knuckles white, his eyes bloodshot. He was screaming, but no sound was coming out. He was trapped in the moment right before the realization, the moment where the fear is still sharp and hasn't yet turned into the dull ache of acceptance. He can't stay there forever, I said. He stays there until you claim him, the manager said. Every curator has a shadow of their own. You think you are the dark, Elias, but you are still just a man holding a flashlight in a tunnel. You've accepted the walls, but you haven't accepted the man holding the light. The pier began to crumble. The fog turned into smoke. I was being pulled back, not to the library, but to the highway. I was standing in the middle of the road. The asphalt was hot beneath my feet, radiating the stored anger of 1,000 summer days. The truck was barreling toward me, a wall of chrome and roaring diesel. I saw myself, the other Elias, hunched over the steering wheel. He saw me standing there, a figure of midnight in his high beams. He slammed on the brakes. The screech of the tires was a symphony of agony. The trailer jackknifed, the metal groaning as it twisted, sparks flying like dying stars against the desert floor. The truck didn't flip. It skidded to a halt inches from where I stood. The door flung open. The other Elias tumbled out, coughing, his clothes covered in the dust of the Mojave. He looked up at me, and his face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. "Who are you?" he gasped. I looked down at him. I saw the green plastic soldier sticking out of his pocket. I saw the wedding ring on his finger. I saw the man I used to be, a man who thought the world was something that could be measured in miles and hours. "I am the end of your road," I said. "I'm not dead," he whispered, clutching the dirt. "I didn't crash, I stopped." "Stopping is its own kind of death," I told him. I reached out a hand. My fingers were long, translucent, the color of a bruised plum. "You've been driving in circles, Elias. You think you're heading towards Sarah, but Sarah is the farmhouse, and the farmhouse is a memory, and the memory is a ghost. You're chasing a light that went out years ago." He shook his head, tears carving tracks through the dust on his cheeks. "No, I can feel her. I can feel the wind in the curtains. I can feel the warmth of the bed." "That's me," I said softly. "That was always me. I was the breeze. I was the shadow. I was the one keeping the room dim so you could sleep in your delusions. But the sun is coming up, Elias, and you can't hide in the farmhouse anymore." I looked up at the horizon. For the first time since I had entered the dark, I saw a sliver of gold. It wasn't the gentle, nurturing sun of a spring morning. It was a harsh, scouring light, the light of a desert dawn that burns away everything that isn't stone or bone. The other Elias saw it too. He shied away, covering his eyes. "It hurts," he moaned. "The light always hurts when you've spent too long in the cracks," I said. "But the light is a lie. It shows you the surface. It shows you the skin. It doesn't show you the foundation." I knelt beside him. I wasn't a monster. I wasn't the creature under the bed. I was the brother he never had, the father he had forgotten, the self he had abandoned on the side of a lonely road. "Let go," I whispered. "I'm afraid," he said. "I know, that's why I'm here." I placed my hand on his chest. I felt his heart, that frantic, thumping hammer. I didn't stop it. I simply matched its rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. I pulled the darkness from my own marrow and poured it into him. I filled his lungs with the silence of the library. I filled his veins with the cold, steady peace of the deep earth. He didn't vanish, he didn't die, he simply merged. The two halves of the soul, the one who ran and the one who watched, finally snapped together. The highway vanished. The truck dissolved into a pile of rusted iron and shattered glass. The desert dawn was swallowed by an eclipse that had no end. I stood up. I was no longer the curator. I was the library itself. I felt every object on every shelf. I felt the copper penny in the boys' room. I felt the iron key at the bottom of the Atlantic. I felt the green plastic soldier in the palm of a hand that was now as vast as the sky. But there was one thing I hadn't expected. In the center of the library, where the stone floor was the smoothest, a new door had appeared. It wasn't a door made of wood or metal. It was a door made of pure white light. The manager was standing beside it. He looked small now, diminished, like a candle flickering in a cathedral. "What is that?" I asked. "The exit," he said. "I thought you said the dark was the end. I thought you said the dark was the theater." "It is," he said, his voice sounding thin and tired. "But even the theater has a stage door. Even the dark has a limit." I walked toward the door. The light was blinding, a roaring furnace of brilliance that threatened to undo everything I had become. It smelled of ozone and fresh-cut grass. It smelled of Sarah's skin after a long day in the sun. It smelled of life. "If I go through there, what happens?" "You become a story," the manager said. "You become the light that someone else hides from. You become the sun that scours the desert. You become the thing that creates the shadows." I looked back at the shelves. I saw the millions of lost things, the fragments of broken lives, the secrets that no one wanted to carry. If I left, who would watch over them? Who would be the silence between the ticks of the clock? And if I stay, then you are the guardian, you are the stillness, you are the one who waits. I reached out toward the white light. I could feel my fingers beginning to burn, the shimmering midnight of my skin peeling away to reveal pink, vulnerable flesh. I felt the weight of a heartbeat, a real physical heartbeat, returning to my chest. I felt the hunger. I felt the thirst. I felt the terrible, wonderful burden of being a man who could be hurt. I saw a vision of the farmhouse. It wasn't a shadow anymore, it was real. Sarah was standing on the porch, shielding her eyes from the sun. She was looking toward the road, waiting for a truck that had never arrived. She looked older, her hair streaked with silver, but her smile was the same. She was alive. She was waiting. I could go back. I could walk through that door and find myself on the highway, the truck intact, the desert just a place I was passing through. I could have the life I thought I wanted. I could have the warmth. I could have the light. But then I looked at the shadows in the corners of the library. I saw the eyes of the children who were afraid of the dark. I saw the lonely men in the motels. I saw the women on the piers. If I chose the light, I would be choosing to forget them. I would be choosing to be the reason they were afraid. I would be the sun that created the very abyss I had just escaped. I pulled my hand back from the door. The burning sensation stopped. The midnight sky returned to my skin. The library stabilized, the stone floor cooling beneath my feet. "You're the first one in a long time to say no," the manager said. He sounded almost relieved. "The light is too loud," I said. "It demands too much. It wants to be everything. But the dark just wants to be." I walked over to the door of light and I did something the manager hadn't expected. I didn't close it. I didn't enter it. I sat down in front of it, my back to the brilliance. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm going to be the door frame," I said. "I'm going to be the shadow that softens the light. I'm going to be the transition." I closed my eyes and I felt the library expand once more. But this time, it didn't just grow shelves. It grew windows. Not windows that looked out into the world, but windows that allowed the world to look in. I became the twilight. I became the hour between the dog and the wolf. I became the moment when the sun has set, but the stars haven't yet appeared. I felt the boy with the copper penny. He was a man now. He was sitting in a darkened room, much like the one I had left. He was a writer. his fingers flying over a keyboard, trying to capture the feeling of the silence. He was writing about a man who went under the bed and never came back. I reached out through the window of his mind. I didn't whisper a warning. I didn't tap on the wall. I simply gave him a word. Peace. He stopped typing. He looked at the shadows in the corner of his office. He didn't reach for the lamp. He smiled. He knew. I felt Sarah too. She was sitting on her porch, the sun finally dipping below the hills. She wasn't looking for the truck anymore. She was looking at the way the purple light settled into the valleys. She felt a cool breeze move her hair. She felt a presence beside her, a weight that wasn't there, a love that had no need for flesh. "Hello, Elias," she whispered to the air. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. I was the air. I was the evening. I was the memory that didn't hurt anymore. The manager sat down beside me. He looked like an old man now, his coat of static replaced by a simple sweater of gray wool. "It's a big responsibility," he said, "being the bridge." "It's a quiet one," I replied. We sat there, the two of us at the edge of the light in the heart of the dark. The library hummed around us, a vast, living archive of the human soul. Every second, a new object arrived. A lost earring, a discarded map, a lock of hair from a first haircut. I reached out and picked up a small, jagged piece of glass from the floor. It was from the windshield of the truck. I looked into it and saw the highway, stretching out forever under a sky that was neither day nor night. I saw the trucks. I saw the desert. I saw the world in all its beautiful, terrifying complexity. And I realized that I wasn't under the bed anymore. I was the bed, I was the floor, I was the house, I was the world. The tapping had stopped completely. There was no need for it. The heartbeat of the universe was steady, a slow, deep thrum that resonated in the very core of my being. I leaned back against the frame of the door of light, feeling the warmth on my neck and the cool of the library on my face. I was the balance. I was the shadow that made the light possible. "Don't look under the bed," I whispered, not as a warning but as an invitation, because there's nothing there but the rest of the world. And in the silence of the library, in the heart of the dark, I finally truly went asleep. But this time I wasn't alone. I was with everyone. I was everywhere. The dark was enough. It was more than enough. It was home. The sleep of the archive was not a void, but a crowded, whispering dream. For a time that could have been hours or centuries, I existed as a pulse in the stone. I felt the library expand as a lung does, drawing in the exhaled grief of the world and exhaling a quiet, numbing peace. I was the curator, but I was also the catalog. I felt the arrival of a rusted locket from a shipwreck in the Baltic. I felt the landing of a single, charred page from a diary lost in a Great Plains fire. Each object brought with it a ghost of a sensation, a shiver of cold, a scent of smoke, but they no longer unsettled me. They were merely entries in the ledger of what it meant to have lived. But the dark, I soon learned, is never truly finished with its architects. I woke not to a sound, but to a change in the pressure. The manager was gone from his seat by the door of light. The door itself had narrowed, becoming a thin, vertical slit of brilliance, like a cat's eye in the middle of the cathedral's floor. The light it cast was no longer warm. It was flickering, a strobe-like pulse that suggested something was obstructing it on the other side. I stood up, my form shifting fluidly from the floor's shadow back into a humanoid shape. My limbs felt heavy, infused with the density of the objects surrounding me. I walked toward the slit of light, and as I approached, I heard it, a rhythmic, metallic scraping. It was the sound of a shovel hitting dry earth. I reached into the air, and the library responded. The shelves parted, folding back into the gloom to create a corridor. I followed the sound, leaving the central hub behind. The further I walked, the more the library changed. The stone floors became packed dirt. The smell of lavender and old paper was replaced by the mineral tang of deep clay and the rot of damp cedar. I wasn't in the library anymore. Or rather, the The library had opened a door into a specific, jagged memory. I found myself standing in a graveyard. It wasn't the manicured, peaceful lawn of a modern cemetery. This was an old place, overgrown with brambles that looked like reaching fingers, the headstones tilted at drunken angles as if trying to hear what the earth was whispering. The sky above was a bruised indigo, devoid of stars. In the center of the plot, a man was digging. He was young, perhaps in his 20s, wearing a heavy canvas coat stained with grease and mud. He moved with a frantic, desperate energy, tossing spadefuls of dirt over his shoulder without looking. He was weeping, but it wasn't a loud, theatrical grief. It was the wet, hitching breath of someone who had run out of hope and had resorted to labor to keep from screaming. I stayed in the shadows of a weeping willow, my presence a mere thickening of the night. I felt the tug, the gravity of his intent. He wasn't looking for treasure. He was looking for a mistake. "You won't find her the way you remember her," I said. My voice didn't travel through the air. It vibrated through the handle of his shovel. The man froze. He didn't look up immediately. He dropped the shovel, his hands shaking so violently they looked like blurred wings. He slowly turned his head toward the willow tree. His eyes were hollow, rimmed with the red inflammation of sleepless nights. "Who's there?" he whispered. "The one who keeps what is lost," I said, stepping forward. I didn't hide my nature. I let the starlight that wasn't there catch the translucent curve of my shoulders. I let him see the library behind me, the infinite shelves of shadows peeking through the gaps in the trees. He stared at me, and for a moment the terror was so sharp I could taste it, a metallic copper tang on my tongue. But then the terror broke, replaced by a devastating, reckless curiosity. "Can you give her back?" he asked. He scrambled out of the half-finished hole, crawling on his knees toward me. "They said she was gone. They said the fever took her, but I can still hear her calling me. Every night under the floorboards under the bed. She's calling, she's cold." I looked down at him. I saw the connection, the thin, fraying cord of silver light that ran from his heart down into the open grave. It wasn't her calling him. It was his own refusal to let the dark do its work. He was keeping her suspended in the fold, preventing her from becoming a part of the archive, keeping her as a raw, bleeding wound in the fabric of the night. "She isn't calling you," I said gently. "You are echoing yourself in the hollow she left behind." "No," he screamed, the sound tearing through the quiet of the graveyard. "I saw her hand. I saw it reach out from the dark last night." I sighed, a sound like wind through dry leaves. I reached into the space beside me, pulling a specific object from a shelf that only I could see. It was a small, silver thimble, tarnished by time. I held it out to him. "This belonged to her," I said. He gasped, reaching for it. As his fingers brushed mine, the graveyard vanished. We were standing in a small, cramped kitchen. The air was thick with the smell of boiling cabbage and lye soap. A woman was sitting by the window, her face pale, her eyes bright with the unnatural luster of illness. She was sewing a shroud, her movements slow and rhythmic. She pricked her finger with the needle, and a single drop of blood bloomed on the white fabric. She looked at it, not with fear, but with a profound, weary acceptance. "She knew," I whispered to the man, who was now standing beside me, a ghost in his own memory. "She wasn't afraid of the dark, Thomas. She was afraid of leaving you in the light alone." We watched as the woman stood up, her legs buckling. She reached out to steady herself, her hand brushing the underside of the wooden table, the same motion he had interpreted as a reach from under the bed. She wasn't reaching for him. She was trying to hold on to the world for one more second so she could say goodbye. But the breath left her before the words could form. The memory flickered and dissolved. We were back in the graveyard. The silver thimble sat in the man's palm, real and heavy. "She is in the library now," I told him. "She is a volume of quiet. She is the piece of a finished task. By digging here, you aren't finding her. You are only tearing the pages." Thomas looked at the thimble, then at the open grave. The frantic light in his eyes began to dim, replaced by a soft, somber glow. He closed his hand over the silver trinket. "What do I do now?" he asked. "You fill the hole," I said, "and then you go home. And when you look under your bed tonight, you don't look for a hand to pull you in. You look for the space where the light rests. That is where she is, in the rest." He stood up slowly, his muscles aching with the sudden weight of his grief. He picked up the shovel, but his movements were different now, measured, deliberate, a ritual of closure rather than an act of desperation. As the first clump of earth hit the bottom of the grave, I felt a shelf in the library settle. The silver cord snapped, the energy of his obsession dissipating into the ether. I turned away, walking back toward the corridor of trees. But as I did, the manager appeared, leaning against a headstone that bore no name. "You're getting better at the mercy," he said. He looked younger again, his eyes two bright points of mercury. "It wasn't mercy," I said. "It was maintenance. He was creating a leak." "Is that what we are? Plumbers of the soul?" The manager smiled, a thin, sharp line. "Perhaps. But remember, Elias, every time you heal a leak in the world of the living, you add weight to the archive. The more they let go, the more you have to carry." I looked back at the library, which was now towering over the graveyard like a thunderstorm made of stone. "I can carry it." "Can you? You've only been the curator of the small things. The lockets, the keys, the secrets of the grieving. But there are larger things in the deep, Elias. Things that weren't lost. Things that were hidden for a reason." He pointed toward the center of the library, toward the slit of white light. It was pulsing faster now, the strobe effect becoming a frantic, jagged rhythm. "Something is trying to get out," I said. "Or something is trying to get in," the manager replied. "The balance you struck, the twilight, it's a fragile thing. The light doesn't like to be softened. It wants to reveal. It wants to burn. And there are parts of the dark that don't want to be a library. They want to be a hunger." He vanished before I could ask him what he meant. I hurried back toward the hub. The library felt different now. The silence was no longer heavy and comforting. It was brittle, like thin ice over a deep lake. As I ran, the objects on the shelves began to vibrate. The copper penny rattled in its jar. The iron key hummed against the wood. The green plastic soldier fell from its perch, its tiny rifle snapping as it hit the floor. I reached the central chamber and stopped. The slit of white light had widened into a jagged tear, like a wound in the reality of the room. But it wasn't Sarah's farmhouse on the other side. It wasn't the desert. It was a city. I saw skyscrapers of glass and steel, their surfaces reflecting a sun so bright it looked like a nuclear flash. I saw thousands of people moving like ants through canyons of concrete, but they weren't people I recognized. They were husks. Their eyes were white, devoid of pupils, and they were all looking up at the sky. In the sky of that world there was no sun. There was only a massive, geometric shape, a golden cube that hummed with a sound that made my teeth ache. It was beautiful and horrific. It was the ultimate expression of the light, total, absolute visibility. No shadows, no secrets, no place to hide. "The architecture of the day," a voice whispered. It wasn't the manager. It was 1,000 voices at once, the collective consciousness of the objects in the library. A figure began to emerge from the tier. It wasn't a man, though it had the shape of one. It was made of hammered gold and mirrors. Where its face should have been, there was only a blinding reflection of the library. It stepped onto the stone floor, and everywhere its feet touched, the shadows hissed and evaporated. The stone turned white, the shelves nearby catching fire, the books curling into ash before they could even scream. "Collector," the entity said. Its voice was a resonance that shook the very foundations of the archive. "You have stolen the harvest." I stood my ground, though the heat coming from the creature was like standing before an open kiln. "I haven't stolen anything. I am the guardian of what is discarded." "Nothing is discarded," the entity replied. "Everything is data. Everything is fuel for the great noon. The secrets you hide in this damp cellar are the sparks we require to complete the illumination. Give them to us." It reached out a hand of liquid gold. As it did, I felt the library wince. I felt the memories of millions of people, their private shames, their quiet loves, their hidden fears, being pulled toward the tier. They didn't want to go. They wanted the safety of the dark. They wanted the mercy of being forgotten. No, I said. I didn't use a weapon. I didn't have one. I simply expanded. I let go of the Elias shape. I let go of the man with the truck and the husband with the ghost. I became the library in its entirety. I wrapped my shadows around the golden entity. I poured the cold of the Atlantic, the silence of the Mojave, and the damp earth of the graveyard into the heat of its presence. We collided like a star falling into an ocean. The scream that erupted was not human. It was the sound of metal fatigue, of glass shattering, of 1,000 light bulbs burning out at once. The golden entity struggled, its mirrors cracking under the pressure of the absolute dark. It tried to burn through me to find the core of the man I used to be, but there was no core left. I was the vacuum. I was the space between the stars. You cannot hide the world from the light forever. It roared, its form beginning to liquefy, dripping onto the floor like molten lead. I'm not hiding it, I said, my voice coming from every corner of the infinite room. I'm letting it rest. With a final, violent surge of will, I shoved the entity back through the tier. I didn't just push it, I followed it, slamming my weight against the fabric of the light. I felt the heat sear my edges. I felt the blinding reality of the golden city trying to dissolve my essence, but I held firm. I reached into the tier and grabbed the edges of the light, pulling them together like a seamstress closing a wound. I used the rusted iron key. I used the copper penny. I used the green plastic soldier as a pin. I used the weight of every secret I possessed to anchor the darkness. The tier snapped shut. The library plunged into a blackness so profound it felt solid. For a long time there was no sound, no movement. Even the breathing of the shelves had stopped. I slowly pulled myself back together, condensing into a form that felt smaller, more fragile than before. I was sitting on the floor, my hands pressed against the cold stone. The spot where the light had been was now just a dull, gray scar in the masonry. I looked up. The manager was standing there. He looked older than the world itself, his skin like parchment, his eyes dimming. "You closed the door," he said. "It was the wrong kind of light," I whispered. "There is no wrong light, Elias. There is only the light that is and the dark that is, but you've made a choice. You've declared that the archive is not just a waiting room, it's a fortress." He walked over to me and knelt. He placed a hand on my shoulder, and for the first time I felt a genuine warmth from him, not the heat of the golden city, but the warmth of a guttering candle. "You can't stay here in the hub anymore," he said. "The architecture of the day knows where you are now. They will come again with more light, with more hunger. You have to move the library." "Move it where?" "Into the people," he said. "The library shouldn't be a place you go to when you're lost. It should be the place you carry with you so you don't get lost in the first place." He stood up and began to fade, his form dissolving into a cloud of moth-colored dust. "I'm going to the long sleep now, Elias. The catalog is yours. The keys are yours. The shadows are yours." "Wait," I called out. "What about Sarah? What about the farmhouse?" His voice came from the rafters, a faint, echoing trill. "She was never in the farmhouse, Elias. She was the one who taught you how to love the dark, look under the bed." He was gone. I stood up and looked around the silent, towering cathedral of lost things. I felt the weight of it all, the billions of stories, the trillions of moments. I realized then that the manager was right. I couldn't keep them here, locked away in a stone tomb. I closed my eyes and reached out. I didn't look for the dead. I looked for the living. I found a young girl in a high-rise apartment, crying because she had lost her favorite ribbon. I found an old man in a nursing home, trying to remember the name of his first dog. I found a soldier in a foxhole, clutching a photo that was damp with sweat. I didn't give them their things back. I gave them the library. I tucked the ribbon into the shadow of the girl's pillow. I whispered the dog's name into the old man's ear as he drifted off to sleep. I became the darkness that hid the soldier from the eyes of his enemies. I moved the library out of the fold and into the cracks of the everyday. I became the silence between heartbeats, the space behind closed eyelids, the cool side of the pillow. I wasn't just a curator anymore. I was the hum. I walked to the corner of the room where my own bed used to be, back in the farmhouse that was now just a memory of a memory. I knelt down and looked into the dark space beneath the frame. There was no monster, there was no ghost. There was only a small, green plastic soldier standing guard in the dust. I picked it up and smiled. The world is a bright, loud, and often terrible place. It demands to be seen. It demands to be known. It burns and it blinds. But tonight, you don't have to worry about the light. You don't have to worry about the reveal. Don't look under the bed tonight, not because there's something scary there, but because I'm already there, holding the space for you, waiting to keep your secrets safe until you're ready to remember them. I closed my eyes and let the library breathe one more time. The dark was no longer a place. It was a promise, and I intended to keep it. The silence that followed the manager's departure was not the silence of an empty room, but the silence of a held breath. I stood alone in the heart of the archive, the green plastic soldier heavy in my palm. Its jagged, broken rifle felt like a sharp truth against my skin. I was the master of this realm now, but the realm was no longer a fixed point. It was a fluid, shifting tide, moving through the collective unconscious of a world that was terrified of its own shadow. I could feel the library beginning to migrate. It was a sensation like vertigo, a slow, grinding rotation of reality. The stone walls didn't crumble, they softened, turning into the texture of twilight and wood smoke. The infinite shelves didn't disappear, they folded themselves into the spaces between seconds, into the gaps between breaths. I felt myself thinning out, my consciousness stretching across the globe like a thin veil of silk. But as the library settled into its new, nomadic existence, I realized that the architecture of the day had left a mark. The gray scar on the masonry where the light had torn through was still there, even as the masonry itself became metaphorical. It was a cold spot, a puncture wound in the dark that refused to heal. And through that wound, I could still hear the humming of the golden cube. It was a distant, persistent drone, like a hornet trapped in a jar, reminding me that the absolute light was not finished with its harvest. I needed to understand the enemy better if I was to protect the secrets of the living. The manager had called it a great noon, a state where nothing was hidden and everything was data. To them, a human secret was a malfunction, a knot in the smooth flow of information that needed to be untied and smoothed out until it was transparent. They didn't see the beauty in the half-remembered lullaby or the dignity in a private grief. They saw only wasted energy. I sat on the floor of the shifting hub and closed my eyes, reaching out not to the living this time, but to the deep archive, the sections I had been warned never to visit. These were the vaults of the things that were hidden for a reason. As I descended into the lower levels of my own mind, the atmosphere changed. The air grew cold, smelling of ozone and ancient ice. The shelves here weren't made of wood or stone. They were made of obsidian, and the objects they held didn't vibrate with the warmth of human life. They were silent, heavy, and radiated a sense of profound wrongness. I passed a shelf containing a mask made of human teeth, its expression one of eternal, frozen hunger. I passed a jar containing a scream that had been captured in a vacuum, a swirling vortex of soundless agony. These were not the lost things of the grieving. These were the weapons of the ancient world, the things humanity had tried to bury so deep they would never see the sun again. At the very end of the corridor, I found a door that wasn't a door. It was a mirror, but it didn't reflect me. It reflected a version of the library that was burning. In the reflection, I saw the golden entities moving through the aisles. their liquid hands melting the books, their mirrored faces reflecting the screams of the memories as they were converted into pure, blinding white light. They were systematic. They were efficient. And in the center of the burning library stood a figure that looked exactly like me, but his eyes were golden suns. "You are the shadow," the reflection said. Its voice was the sound of a desert wind. "But even the longest shadow is erased when the sun reaches its zenith. Why do you struggle, Elias? The dark is just a delay. Information wants to be free. The soul wants to be seen." "The soul wants to be private," I countered, my voice a low rumble that shook the obsidian shelves. "The dark is where things grow. The light only harvests." The reflection laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You think you are protecting them, but you are only hoarding their potential. Give us the archive and we will turn every human life into a permanent, unblinking monument. No more forgetting, no more loss, only the eternal present." "A world without forgetting is a world without forgiveness," I said. "And a world without loss is a world without value." I reached out and touched the surface of the mirror. It was boiling hot. I didn't pull away. I let the heat sear my hand, let the light of the reflection try to invade my senses. I needed to see what they were planning. Through the contact, a vision flooded my mind. I saw the golden cube descending toward Earth. It wasn't just a physical object, it was a conceptual weapon. When it touched the atmosphere, it would broadcast a frequency that would eliminate the capacity for secrecy. Every hidden thought would be projected onto the sky. Every private moment would become public record. The great noon would arrive, and the human race would go mad under the weight of total visibility. They would tear each other apart once they could see the raw, unedited truth of every neighbor, every lover, every stranger. The light didn't want to save humanity. It wanted to process it. I pulled my hand back, the skin of my astral form blackened and smoking. The mirror cracked, the image of the burning library splintering into 1,000 shards. I had seen enough. The conflict wasn't just about the library. It was about the fundamental nature of existence. The light was the ultimate tyrant, and I, the collector of scraps and shadows, was the only thing standing in the way of a global lobotomy of the soul. I returned to the central hub, my heart, or the idea of a heart pacing. I needed a way to strengthen the barriers. The manager had said to move the library into the people, but that made the people targets. If a golden entity could track a memory back to its source, then every person I helped became a beacon for the great noon. I looked down at the green plastic soldier. It was such a small thing, a child's toy lost in the dirt of a farmhouse that no longer existed, but it represented something the light could never understand, the power of the insignificant. The light looked for greatness. It looked for the huge data sets, the massive tragedies, the world-altering secrets. It ignored the small, unimportant things, the way a certain smell reminds you of a grandmother you never met, the way a specific pebble feels in your pocket when you're nervous, the way a child believes a plastic soldier can hold back the night. I realized then that the library's greatest defense wasn't its size, but its granularity. I began to work. I didn't just move the library, I fragmented it. I took the billions of stories and broke them down into their smallest components. I turned the archive into a cloud of dust, a trillion microscopic particles of memory and shadow. I scattered them into the wind, into the water, into the very atoms of the world. I became the static on a radio between stations. I became the flicker in the corner of an eye that disappears when you turn to look. I became the almost and the somewhere. By making the library everywhere, I made it nowhere. The golden entities could search for a fortress, but they couldn't fight a fog. They could burn a book, but they couldn't burn the air. But there was a price. By fragmenting the library, I was fragmenting myself. I felt my identity slipping away, the edges of Elias blurring into the background radiation of the planet. I was no longer a man in a truck. I was no longer a curator in a stone hall. I was a sensation. I was the feeling of being watched in an empty house. I was the sudden, inexplicable chill in a warm room. I felt a moment of pure, cold terror. If I vanished completely into the shadows, who would be left to remember Sarah? Who would be left to remember the smell of damp cedar and the sound of the shovel in the graveyard? Elias. The voice was soft, barely a whisper in the vastness of my dissolving mind. I turned, or the part of me that could still turn did, and saw her. She wasn't a memory on a shelf. She wasn't a ghost in a farmhouse. She was standing in the center of the hub, her form made of the same moth-colored dust as the manager. Sarah. Her eyes weren't white like the husks in the Golden City. They were deep, dark pools of moonlight. "You're doing it," she said. Her voice was the sound of home. "You're becoming the protector." "I'm disappearing, Sarah," I whispered, the words echoing through a million different places at once. "I'm losing the pieces of me." She stepped forward and took my hand. Her touch wasn't hot like the light or cold like the obsidian. It was just real. "You aren't losing them, you're giving them back. You were never meant to be a cage, Elias. You were meant to be a bridge." "I don't want to forget you," I said, a sudden, sharp grief piercing through the static of my existence. "You won't," she promised, "because I am part of the dark now too. I am the reason you looked under the bed. I am the reason you weren't afraid. As long as there is a single shadow left in the world, I'll be there, and so will you." She leaned in and kissed my forehead. It felt like the closing of a book at the end of a long, beautiful story. The hub vanished. The stone, the shelves, the gray scar of the light, all of it dissolved into a soft, velvety blackness. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in the cab of my truck. The engine was idling, a low, comforting rumble beneath me. The headlights were cutting through a thick, rolling fog that had settled over the highway. I looked at the passenger seat. The green plastic soldier was sitting on the dashboard, its tiny rifle pointed toward the road ahead. The radio was playing a song I didn't recognize, something slow and melodic that seemed to hum in time with the engine. I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were normal. My face was the face of a man who had seen too much, but was still here to tell the tale. I put the truck in gear and began to drive. The world looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. I could feel the library all around me. I could feel the secrets of the people in the houses I passed, the woman hiding a letter in a shoebox, the boy dreaming of a world made of candy, the old man holding a photograph of a wife he still talked to every morning. I was with them. I was the quiet in their rooms, the safety in their sleep. The golden cube was still up there, somewhere beyond the sky, humming its song of absolute visibility. The architecture of the day was still waiting for its chance to turn the world into a mirror. But for now, the fog was thick. The shadows were deep, and the secrets were safe. I reached out and touched the dashboard, my fingers brushing the plastic soldier. "We're still here," I whispered to the empty cab. And from the shadows under the seat, from the dark corners of the glove box, and from the deep, velvet night outside the window, 1,000 voices whispered back, "We're still here." I drove on into the fog, a collector of nothing, a guardian of everything. The night was long and the road was dark, and for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't looking for the end. I was just part of the journey. The library was no longer a place you went to. It was the world you lived in, provided you were brave enough to keep your eyes closed every once in a while. The great noon might be coming. The light might eventually find a way to burn through the fog, but tonight the balance held. Tonight, the secrets remained in the soft, merciful embrace of the dark. And as I drove, I realized that the manager had been wrong about one thing. I wasn't just a plumber of the soul. I wasn't just a curator of the small things. I was the reason the monsters stayed under the bed. Not because I fought them, but because I gave them a place to belong. I gave them a home in the archive, where their hunger could be turned into stories, and their fear could be turned into peace. I looked at the clock on the dash, 3:00 a.m., the soul's midnight. I smiled and turned off the headlights for just a second, letting the truck glide through the absolute blackness of the fog. I wasn't afraid. I was the dark. And the dark was full of wonders. As the truck rolled forward, the road ahead seemed to stretch into infinity, not as a lonely path, but as a vast, interconnected web of lives and memories. I could feel the weight of the library, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a foundation. It was the soil from which the morning would eventually grow, if and when the world was ready for a light that didn't burn. I turned the headlights back on, the twin beams cutting through the mist like the eyes of a gentle beast. I had a lot of road left to cover. There were more things to collect, more shadows to settle, more people to remind that it was okay to keep a little piece of themselves hidden away. The truck's tires hummed against the asphalt, a rhythmic, soothing sound that lulled the world into a deeper sleep. In the houses, in the hospitals, in the prisons and the palaces, the people turned in their beds, comforted by a silence they couldn't explain. They didn't look under their beds. They didn't need to. Because the one who keeps what is lost was already there, watching over the things they had forgotten they even had. I reached the crest of a hill and saw the faint, bruised purple of the pre-dawn horizon. The sun was coming as it always did. The light would return and the world would become loud and visible once more. But the library wouldn't disappear. It would just retreat into the cracks, into the sighs, into the moments between thoughts. I pulled the truck over to the side of the road and watched the first sliver of the sun break over the edge of the world. It was beautiful in its own way, a fierce, golden promise of a new day. I reached out and picked up the plastic soldier, tucking it into my pocket. "Sleep well," I whispered to the fading stars. Then I closed my eyes, just for a moment, and let the library breathe. The great noon was still a long way off, and as long as there was a single person left who cherished a secret, I would have a job to do. The truck sat silent on the shoulder of the highway, a small, rusted anchor in a world of light. And inside, the curator rested, his mind a vast, echoing hall of shadows, waiting for the next thing to be lost so it could finally be found. The sunrise was a deception. It always had been. To the world, it was the start of a new cycle, a fresh beginning washed in the warmth of the familiar. But to me, as I sat on the shoulder of that lonely highway, the light felt like a scouting party. It was the advance guard of the great noon, probing the edges of the fog I had woven, looking for the seams where the shadows didn't quite meet. The golden cube was up there, hidden by the glare of the atmospheric sun, but I could feel its gravity pulling at the fragmented pieces of the library I had scattered across the earth. I put the truck back into gear. The vibration of the engine felt different now, less like a machine and more like a purr originating from the earth itself. I wasn't just driving on the road. I was moving through the collective pulse of 1,000 sleeping towns. Every time the tires hit a rhythmic expansion joint in the concrete, I felt a flicker of a memory that didn't belong to me. A woman in Des Moines remembering the exact shade of her mother's lipstick. A man in a small village in the Andes feeling the phantom weight of a key he dropped down a well 40 years ago. I was the static, I was the signal. As the sun climbed higher, the architecture of the day began to assert itself. The world sharpened. The soft, blurred edges of the night were being filed down by the relentless clarity of the morning. I saw a billboard for a cellular network, its colors impossibly bright, its message promising total connectivity. It felt like a threat. Total connectivity was just another name for the end of the private self. If everyone was connected, there was no room for the between. There was no room for the library. I felt a sudden, sharp tug in the center of my chest, a localized heat that made me gasp. It wasn't the library fragmenting further. It was a summons. One of the anchors I had placed, one of the microscopic particles of the archive, was being agitated. Someone was trying to look too closely at a secret they weren't ready to handle, or perhaps the light had found a specific knot it couldn't untie and was now trying to burn it through. I didn't need to check a map. I simply turned the wheel, following the heat. I exited the highway and began navigating a labyrinth of backroads that seemed to form themselves under my tires. The landscape shifted from the industrial sprawl of the interstate to the sagging, weathered dignity of the rural Midwest. Barns with faded advertisements for chewing tobacco stood like sentinels in the fields, their interiors dark and hollow, acting as natural reservoirs for the shadows I had distributed. I pulled up in front of a small, white clapboard house that looked like every other house in the county, except for the way the air seemed to shimmer around the chimney. It wasn't a heat haze. It was the visual distortion of a memory trying to exit the physical world. I stepped out of the truck. The air here was heavy with the scent of overripe peaches and old paper. I walked toward the front door, my boots making no sound on the gravel. I didn't need to knock. The house was already open to me, its history laid bare in the way the floorboards groaned and the curtains hung limp in the morning air. Inside, the light was aggressive. It poured through the windows in thick, dusty shafts, illuminating every speck of dander, every scratch on the linoleum. In the kitchen, an elderly woman sat at a small wooden table. She was staring at a blue porcelain bowl, her hands trembling as they hovered over its rim. She wasn't just looking at the bowl, she was looking through it. Hidden within the molecular structure of that porcelain was a fragment of the library, a memory of a choice she had made 50 years ago, a choice that had defined the trajectory of her life, but had remained unspoken, unshared, and utterly private. It was a beautiful, jagged piece of shadow, and the light coming through the window was hitting it with the precision of a laser. The air in the kitchen began to hum. It was that same hornet-in-a-jar sound I had heard in the manager's presence. The golden entities weren't here in physical form, but their influence was. They were using the natural sunlight as a carrier wave, trying to upload the woman's secret, to turn her private grief into a data point for the great noon. "It's too bright in here," I said softly. The woman didn't look up, but her trembling slowed. "I can't remember why I kept it," she whispered. "The bowl, it was just a gift, but every time the sun hits it this way, I feel like I'm losing my breath. I feel like I'm being watched." "You are," I said, stepping into the path of the light. My shadow fell across the table, swallowing the blue bowl and the woman's hands. The humming stopped instantly. The kitchen regained its mundane, quiet dignity. The architecture of the day recoiled, the golden glare retreating to the edges of my silhouette. I reached out and touched the bowl. It was vibrating with a frantic, cold energy. I could feel the secret inside, a name, a date, a goodbye that never happened. It was a heavy thing, far too heavy for this frail woman to carry into the light. "You don't have to keep it here anymore," I told her. "The world doesn't need to know. It's okay for some things to stay in the dark." "But they say the truth sets you free," she said, her voice cracking. "They say we should have no secrets." "They are mistaken," I replied. "Transparency isn't freedom, it's exposure. Freedom is having a place where no one can follow you. Freedom is the shadow under the bed." I closed my eyes and drew the memory out of the bowl. It felt like pulling a splinter from deep beneath the skin. It hurt, a sharp, stinging sensation that traveled up my arm and settled in my chest, joining the billions of other fragments I carried. The woman let out a long, shuddering breath. Her eyes cleared, the haunted look replaced by a gentle, confused peace. I think I'll make some tea," she said, looking at the bowl as if seeing it for the first time in years. "It's a nice bowl, isn't it?" "It's a very nice bowl," I said. I backed out of the kitchen, staying within the shadows of the hallway until I reached the door. As I stepped back out into the sun, I felt the golden cube's frustration. It was a distant, conceptual throb, like a headache at the back of the world's mind. I had denied it a single scrap of information, and in the grand calculus of the great noon, that single scrap was a flaw in the equation. I returned to the truck, but I didn't start the engine immediately. I sat there, feeling the new memory settle. It was a heavy one. It tasted of salt and iron. I realized that my task had changed. I wasn't just a guardian of a static archive anymore. I was a mobile dampener, a cosmic eraser moving across the map, smudging the lines the light tried to draw. But the light was learning. As I drove away from the White House, I noticed the shadows were behaving strangely. They weren't just the absence of light, they were thinning. The silhouettes of the trees were translucent. The shadow of my own truck on the pavement looked pale, as if it were being bleached from beneath. The great noon wasn't just coming. It was adjusting the physics of the world to eliminate the possibility of cover. I reached for the radio, seeking the comfort of the static, but the dial was dead. Instead, a voice began to bleed through the speakers, not the manager's voice, but a chorus of voices, thousands of them, speaking in a perfect, terrifying unison. It was the sound of a hive mind, a collective that had traded its individuality for the clarity of the sun. "Elias," the chorus sang, "the archive is leaking. You are a sieve trying to hold back the ocean. Every soul you touch becomes a target. Every secret you save becomes a beacon. Why do you prolong the twilight? The sun is the only truth. In the light, there is no more confusion. There is no more doubt. There is only the fact." "The fact is a corpse," I said to the dashboard. "Life is in the doubt. Life is in the confusion." "You are holding onto a world that is already dead," the voices replied. "Look at the horizon, Elias. Look at what we have built." I looked. The horizon wasn't just a line anymore. It was a shimmering golden grid. Huge towers of pure, solidified light were beginning to manifest in the distance, rising like needles into the sky. They weren't made of stone or steel. They were made of information. They were the processors of the great noon, and they were beginning to harvest the world. I saw a bird fly toward one of the towers. As it touched the golden radiance, it didn't die. It simply stopped being a bird. It became a shimmering sequence of geometric shapes, a perfect representation of bird nest that was stripped of its hunger, its fear, and its flight. It was beautiful. It was horrifying. It was data. The towers were spreading. The grid was tightening. My fog was being burned away, not by heat, but by the sheer weight of observation. The golden entities didn't need to find the library anymore. They were simply making the universe too bright for the library to exist. I felt the fragments within me begin to scream. The billions of tiny secrets, the microscopic shadows I had scattered, they were all being illuminated at once. It was an agony of exposure. I felt like I was being turned inside out, my own memories, Sarah's laugh, the smell of the library's dust, the weight of the shovel, all of them being dragged toward the golden towers. I pulled the truck over and stumbled out into the grass. The ground felt like glass. The blades of grass were becoming transparent, their green life being converted into a shimmering yellow code. "No," I gasped, clutching my chest. "Not yet." I looked down at my hands. They were starting to glow. The blackened, scorched skin from the mirror was being healed by the golden light, but it wasn't a healing. It was a replacement. The light was overwriting my history, erasing the scars of my struggle. I needed something darker than the night. I needed a shadow that the sun couldn't penetrate. I remembered the lower levels of the archive, the obsidian shelves, the things hidden for a reason. I had avoided them because they were dangerous, because they were the weapons of an ancient, unkind world. But the light was an absolute tyrant, and you cannot fight an absolute with gentleness. I closed my eyes and reached down, not into the world, but into the core of my own fragmented being. I looked for the obsidian door, the mirror that had cracked. I found the shards of it scattered in the basement of my consciousness. I didn't just look at them, I stepped into them. The transition was like falling into a well of liquid nitrogen. The warmth of the morning vanished, replaced by a cold so profound it felt like a physical weight. I was back in the deep archive, but it was no longer a corridor. It was a void. In this void, the hidden things were waiting. They weren't fragments of human life. They were the primordial fears, the architectural blueprints of the dark, There was the fear of the unseen. There was the weight of the unspoken. There was the absolute cold of the forgotten. These weren't secrets to be protected. They were forces to be unleashed. I approached the shelf with the mask of human teeth. It didn't represent a person's grief. It represented the hunger of the dark itself. I picked it up. It was heavy, vibrating with a low, rhythmic thrum that matched the beating of a heart that had never known the sun. "You want the truth," I whispered, my voice echoing in the void. "You want to see everything." I didn't put the mask on. I broke it. I crushed the obsidian teeth in my hands, and as they shattered, a wave of pure, unadulterated darkness erupted from my palms. It wasn't the soft, moth-colored dust of the library. It was a thick, oily ink, a darkness so dense that light didn't just bounce off it, it was swallowed. I reached for the jar containing the scream in a vacuum. I shattered that too. The sound that emerged wasn't a human cry. It was the roar of the void, the sound of the universe before the first star was born. I took these ancient, terrible things, and I wove them into my fog. I fed the primordial dark into the fragments of the library. The effect was instantaneous. On the surface of the world, the golden towers flickered. The grid on the horizon wavered. The light hitting the transparent grass suddenly found something it couldn't process. The oily darkness coated the memories, giving them a protective shell of unknowability. I stood up in the field, my form no longer glowing. I was a hole in the world. I was a silhouette that defied the sun. Around me, the grass turned back into grass, but it was a darker, richer green than it had ever been. The shadows of the trees returned, but they were no longer just shapes on the ground. They were deep, cool wells of mystery. I had given the library a weapon. I had given the secrets of humanity a way to bite back. But as I stood there, I felt the cost. The primordial dark wasn't a passive shield. It was a predator. It began to eat at the edges of the human memories I was trying to save. The woman's blue bowl, the boy's dream of candy, they were being stained by the ink of the void. I was saving the secrets from the light, but I was drowning them in the abyss. "Is this the only way, Ilias?" Sarah was there, standing at the edge of the field where the golden light met the new, terrifying dark. She looked pale, her form flickering. The oily ink was splashing against her feet, and where it touched her, she began to fade into a featureless black. "I have to stop them, Sarah," I said, my voice sounding like grinding stone. "The light will take everything. It will turn us into numbers. And the dark will turn us into nothing," she said softly. "You're fighting one void with another." "I'm protecting you," I shouted, the roar of the shattered scream vibrating in my chest. "You're burying me," she countered. "There's a difference between a secret and a grave, Ilias. A secret still has a heart. A grave is just a hole." She walked toward me, stepping into the thick, ink-like shadow. She didn't flinch as it climbed up her legs, turning her moth-colored dress into a shroud of midnight. She reached out and touched my face. Her hand was cold, so cold it burned. "Don't lose the man who looked under the bed," she whispered. "The boy didn't look because he wanted to be a monster. He looked because he wanted to make sure the monsters were okay." Her words pierced through the roar of the ancient dark. I looked at my hands, still dripping with the obsidian ink. I looked at the golden towers in the distance, still standing, still waiting. I was caught between two infinities, two versions of the end of the world. The great noon offered a life without privacy, a permanent, unblinking record of every breath. The absolute dark offered a privacy so profound it became extinction, a silence where no memory could survive. I realized then that the library wasn't supposed to be a fortress or a weapon. It was supposed to be a balance. It was the twilight. It was the 3:00 a.m. where the world is neither fully asleep nor fully awake. I didn't discard the primordial dark, but I didn't let it consume the archive either. I began to need the two together. I took the blinding light of the great noon and the crushing weight of the absolute dark, and I forced them to occupy the same space. I became the friction between them. The world around me began to vibrate. The golden towers groaned, their foundations of data cracking under the sudden influx of unknowability. The oily ink began to thin, its predatory hunger dampened by the light. I was creating a new kind of space, a space that wasn't just hidden, but protected, a space where a secret could exist without being a beacon or a grave. I felt myself expanding again, but this time it wasn't a fragmentation. It was a solidification. I was becoming the skin of the world. I was the thin, resilient layer between the seen and the unseen. "Go back, Sarah," I whispered, my voice now a perfect harmony of the roar and the song. "Go back into the quiet parts. I'll hold the line." "I never left," she said, and then she was gone, dissolving into the very air I was breathing. I stood alone in the field. The sun was high now, but it didn't feel like a harvest. It just felt like a Tuesday. The golden towers were gone, or perhaps they were just invisible, moved into a dimension where they could no longer touch the living. The grid had vanished. The truck was still there, parked on the shoulder. I walked back to it, my steps heavy but certain. I felt different. I felt ancient. I climbed into the cab and looked at the green plastic soldier. It was no longer just a toy. It was a key. It was the symbol of the small, the lost, and the protected. I started the engine. The radio flickered to life, and for the first time, it wasn't playing static or a chorus of voices. It was playing a soft, jazz melody, the kind of music that feels like a rainy afternoon in a city you've never visited. I looked at the rearview mirror. My eyes were no longer normal. They were neither golden nor dark. They were the color of a storm-tossed sea, a shifting, turbulent gray that held everything and revealed nothing. I put the truck in gear. I had a lot of road left to cover. The great noon hadn't been defeated, it had been negotiated with. The absolute dark hadn't been banished, it had been put to work. I was the curator of the twilight. I was the one who made sure the light didn't burn and the dark didn't swallow. As I drove, I saw a child standing by a mailbox, waving at the passing trucks. I waved back, and for a split second I saw the shadow under the child's feet. It was deep, rich, and full of the wonderful, terrifying potential of a life yet to be lived. I smiled. The world was safe for now. The secrets were tucked away, the monsters had their homes, and the light was kept at a respectful distance. I drove on, the architecture of the day crumbling behind me, replaced by the beautiful, messy, and infinitely mysterious architecture of a world that knew how to keep its eyes closed. Don't look under the bed tonight, I thought, not because of what's there, but because I've finally made sure that whatever is there is exactly where it belongs. The road ahead of me didn't just stretch toward the horizon. It seemed to pull the horizon toward me, a ribbon of asphalt that functioned as the stitches on a wounded reality. I could feel the weight of my new state, the friction of being the barrier. Every mile I drove was a conscious act of maintenance. If I let my mind wander too far into the light, the dashboard began to translucent, showing the digital bones of the truck's design. If I leaned too heavily into the dark, the steering wheel felt like it was made of cold smoke, ready to slip through my fingers and leave me drifting in the void. I was the middle ground. I was the gray. The jazz on the radio shifted into a low, mournful trumpet solo that seemed to echo the rhythm of the telephone poles passing by. Each pole was a needle, and I was the thread. I began to realize that the management wouldn't simply accept this negotiation. The great noon was a teleological inevitability for them, the final state of a universe that had grown tired of its own complexity. To them, I wasn't just a rogue employee. I was a glitch in the final rendering of existence. I saw the first sign of their countermove about 50 miles outside of the town with the blue bowl. It wasn't a tower or a grid. It was a man standing in the middle of the highway. He was wearing a high-visibility vest, the kind construction workers wear, but the orange fabric was so bright it seemed to be vibrating at a frequency that hurt my retinas. He held a stop sign, but as I drew closer, I saw the sign didn't say stop. It was a blank, white circle of such absolute purity that it looked like a hole cut out of the world. I didn't slow down at first. My gray eyes tracked him, seeing the way the air around him was being bleached. He wasn't a man. He was a localized broadcast of the fact. "Elias," a voice said, not from the radio, but from the very upholstery of the passenger seat. "The road is closed. The data set for this region is being finalized. Your presence is an unmapped variable." I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming against the pavement. The truck skidded to a halt just inches from the man in the vest. He didn't flinch. He didn't even breathe. Up close, I could see that his skin had the texture of unprinted paper. "The road isn't closed," I said, leaning out the window. The air outside smelled like ozone and scorched hair. "It's just under new management." The man turned his head. His movement was frame by frame, a stuttering animation. "You have introduced noise into the system, Elias. You have taken the primordial shadows and used them to corrupt the clarity of the archive. This is not balance. This is sabotage." "It's called nuance," I replied, my voice steady despite the way my heart hammered against the obsidian-infused fragments in my chest. "The world isn't a spreadsheet. It's a story, and you can't have a story if you tell the ending on the first page." The man stepped toward the truck. As he moved, the shadow of the vehicle, the deep, protective shadow I had crafted, began to hiss. The white circle of his sign began to glow, casting a light that didn't illuminate things so much as it simplified them. The grille of my truck began to lose its rust, its dents, its history. It was becoming a generic truck front, a platonic ideal stripped of its character. "We are not the ending," the man said. "We are the resolution. We are the point where the signal finally overcomes the noise. Give us the fragments, Elias. Return the secrets to the light, and we will allow you to be archived as a hero of the transition. You will be remembered perfectly forever." "I don't want to be remembered perfectly," I said, gripping the gear shift. "I want to be forgotten occasionally. I want the right to be misunderstood." I shifted into reverse and floored it. The truck roared, the engine sounding like a choir of lions. I swung the wheel around, performing a violent J-turn that sent a cloud of dust and gravel into the air. Through the rearview mirror, I saw the man in the vest raise his white sign. A beam of pure, coherent light shot out from the circle, striking the tailgate of the truck. The metal didn't melt. It vanished, replaced by a hovering string of golden numbers that flickered for a second before dissipating into the air. He was deleting me. He was literally erasing the parts of me that he couldn't categorize. I didn't head back toward the town. I drove off-road, bouncing across a fallow field toward a line of ancient, gnarled oaks. I needed cover that wasn't just physical. I needed historical cover. The trees were old. They had seen the sun rise and set for 200 years. They had deep roots that reached down into the dark soil, into the rot and the worms and the forgotten bones of the frontier. As I drove under the canopy of the first oak, I felt a surge of relief. The light of the great noon struggled here. It had to filter through a million leaves, each one a unique life with its own tiny, private history of photosynthesis and decay. I stopped the truck in the center of the grove and hopped out. The air here was cool and smelled of damp earth and old secrets. I could feel the primordial dark I had woven into my being responding to the natural shadows of the woods. They recognized each other. "Elias." I turned. It wasn't Sarah this time. It was the boy, the one who had lost his candy. He was sitting on a low branch, kicking his legs. He looked solid, more real than he had in the library. "You're a long way from the stacks," I said, leaning against the hood of the truck. "The stacks are everywhere now," the boy said. "Since you broke the teeth and the jar, the library isn't a building anymore. It's the stuff between the atoms." "I did what I had to do," I said. "The light was going to turn you into a statistic." "I know," the boy said, jumping down. He walked over to a patch of dirt and began to draw a circle with a stick. But the light is still looking. It's using the averages. That's what the man with the sign was, an average. He's the sum total of every boring person who ever lived, and he's very strong because there are so many of them. How do I fight an average? I asked. The boy looked up, his eyes wide and dark. You don't fight him by being special. You fight him by being weird. The light can't process the weird. It's too unique to be a data point. I looked at my hands. They were still stained with the oily ink of the void, but beneath the ink, the gray energy of the friction was humming. I understood. The great noon was built on the power of the universal. It wanted the one truth that applied to everyone. To stop it, I had to find the truths that applied to no one else. There's a cellar, the boy said, pointing toward a collapsed farmhouse at the edge of the grove. Under the floorboards, there's something there that the light has been trying to delete for a long time. It's not a secret, it's a paradox. I followed him to the ruins. The house was a skeleton of gray timber, its roof long since claimed by the wind. I stepped over the threshold, my boots crunching on broken glass that sparkled with a predatory golden light. The sun was trying to reclaim this place, trying to flatten the ruins into a neat, historical footnote. In the center of what used to be the parlor, I found the cellar door. It was made of iron, and it was cold, colder than the obsidian in the archive. There was no lock, but the handle was shaped like a snake biting its own tail. What's down there? I asked. The thing that can't be, the boy whispered. The memory of a mistake that the universe never corrected. I pulled the door open. A gust of air hit me, smelling of copper and wet stone. I descended the stairs, my gray eyes cutting through the gloom. At the bottom of the stairs was a small stone room. In the center of the room was a table, and on the table was a clock. It was a simple wooden mantel clock, the kind you'd find in a grandmother's house. But the hands weren't moving in a circle. They were moving in a way that defied geometry. The minute hand was folding into itself, while the hour hand seemed to be stretching toward the ceiling, longer than the room itself, yet still contained within the glass face. As I watched, the clock chimed. The sound wasn't a bell. It was the sound of a door closing in a house where you are alone. It was the sound of a name you've forgotten being whispered in your ear. This was the paradox. It was a physical manifestation of a non-event. Something that happened but was immediately erased by the flow of time, leaving only this mechanical ghost behind. I reached out to touch it, and the world around me shuddered. The golden light from the gaps in the floorboards above turned a sickly violet. I heard the man in the high-visibility vest screaming, but the scream was a series of dial-up tones, a digital breakdown. The paradox was a poison to the great noon. It was information that didn't compute. It was the ultimate under-the-bed monster, the thing that shouldn't exist, yet does. Elias, stop. I froze. The voice was deep, resonant, and carried the weight of 1,000 suns. I turned to see the manager standing at the top of the cellar stairs. He wasn't wearing his suit anymore. He was draped in a robe of pure, blinding radiance, and his face was a shifting kaleidoscope of every human countenance that had ever existed. He was the archive made flesh. "You are playing with a fire you do not understand," the manager said. His voice vibrated the stones of the cellar. "That object is a hole in the tapestry. If you move it, if you use it, you will not just stop the noon. You will unravel the dawn." "Maybe the dawn needs unraveling," I said, my hand hovering over the impossible clock. "Maybe we were better off in the dark before you started trying to categorize our souls." "We are not your enemy, Elias," the manager said, and for a moment his face settled into the image of my own father, then Sarah, then a stranger I'd seen once at a gas station. "We are the cure for the loneliness of the human condition. In the light, no one is ever truly alone. No one is ever misunderstood. No one is ever lost in the shadow of their own secrets. We are offering you a world without the burden of being." "A world without the burden of being is a world that isn't alive," I countered. "The burden is the point. The secret is the soul. I grabbed the clock. The moment my fingers closed around the wood, the cellar exploded. Not with heat, but with a sudden, violent expansion of space. I felt myself being stretched across the stars. I saw the history of the world not as a line, but as a tangled, messy ball of yarn, full of knots and frayed ends. I saw the great noon as a pair of scissors, coming to snip away all the tangles until only a single, straight thread remained. I shoved the paradox into my chest, right into the center of the gray friction. The scream that tore out of me wasn't mine. It was the scream of the universe trying to reject a foreign body. The oily ink, the golden light, and the gray twilight all collided with the impossible geometry of the clock. I was no longer a man, I was a storm. I surged up the stairs, past the manager, who recoiled as if I were a blast of radiation. I burst out of the ruins and into the grove. The man in the high-visibility vest was there, along with a dozen others like him, an army of averages, their white signs raised like shields. I didn't fight them, I simply existed at them. The paradox within me radiated a wave of wrongness. As the wave hit the averages, they didn't die, they became complicated. The man in the vest suddenly remembered a poem he'd written in the 3rd grade. Another average remembered the specific, bitter taste of a burnt coffee. Another felt the sudden, crushing weight of a secret crush they'd had 30 years ago. Their uniformity shattered. They ceased to be a collective broadcast and became individuals again, messy, confused, and terrified. Their high-visibility vests turned into flannel shirts, old sweaters, and graduation gowns. Their white signs turned into mirrors, into letters, into old photographs. The grid on the horizon collapsed. The golden towers melted into puddles of amber light that the earth hungrily drank. But the manager was still there, standing in the ruins of the farmhouse. He wasn't an average. He was the system itself, and he was angry. "You have chosen the chaos," he whispered, his voice now a cold, dead wind. "You have chosen the rot. Very well, Elias. If you want the dark, you shall have it, but you will be its only inhabitant." He raised his hand, and the sun didn't just dim, it went out. Not like a sunset, like a candle being snuffed by a giant's thumb. The world was plunged into a blackness so absolute that even the primordial dark within me felt like a candle. This was the manager's final move. If he couldn't have a world of perfect light, he would provide a world of perfect nothingness. I stood in the center of the grove, unable to see my own hands. The silence was deafening. The jazz on the radio had died. The boy was gone. Sarah was gone. I felt the paradox within me slowing down. The impossible clock was winding down, its energy spent in the blast. The gray friction was fading. I was becoming just a man again, standing in a void. "Is this what you wanted?" The manager's voice echoed from everywhere. Total privacy, total silence, the ultimate secret. I didn't answer. I knelt down and pressed my hands into the dirt. I could still feel the roots of the oak trees. They were still there, even if the light wasn't. They didn't need to see to grow. They just needed to hold on. I reached deep into the archive of my own heart, past the fragments of other people's lives, past the ink and the light. I looked for the very first secret I had ever kept. It was a small thing, a memory of being 4 years old, hiding under my bed because I had broken a glass and was afraid of the look on my mother's face. In that darkness, I had found a strange kind of peace. I had realized that as long as I stayed there, the glass wasn't broken yet. The world was still perfect, as long as no one saw the shards. I took that tiny, childish spark of hope, the hope of the hidden, and I blew on it. It didn't create a golden light. It created a soft, flickering glow, like a firefly. It was a light that didn't demand to see everything. It was a light that only showed you what was right in front of you. I held that tiny glow up. "It's not nothing," I whispered into the void. "It's just a beginning." I saw a single blade of grass in the tiny circle of light. Then I saw the bark of the oak tree. Then I saw a single, moth-colored wing fluttering nearby. I wasn't alone. The secrets were still here. They were just waiting for the right kind of light to be seen. The darkness didn't break, but it softened. It became a night, a real night, with the smell of jasmine and the distant sound of a cricket. The manager's voice faded, replaced by the rustle of the wind. I walked back to the truck. It was battered, its tailgate gone, its paint a dozen different shades of gray. I climbed in and turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then hummed to life. The radio didn't play jazz or static. It played the sound of a heartbeat, steady, rhythmic, and undeniably alive. I drove out of the grove and back onto the highway. The sun didn't come back up, but the stars did. They weren't golden grids. They were distant, flickering mysteries, each one a secret kept by the vacuum of space. I looked at the passenger seat. The green plastic soldier was there. Beside it, a small, blue porcelain bowl appeared, filled with a handful of hard candies. I picked up a candy, unwrapped it, and tasted the sweetness. It tasted like a choice. It tasted like a secret kept. The great noon had been postponed. The absolute dark had been tamed. For now, the world was in the long, beautiful shadows of the 4:00 a.m. And I was just the driver, making sure that everyone, everywhere, had a place where they could still be invisible. I checked the rearview mirror one last time. My eyes were still gray, but they were no longer a storm. They were a calm, quiet fog. "Sleep well," I whispered to the world. "I've got the watch." And as I drove into the night, I knew that tonight, for the first time in a long time, no one would need to look under their bed. Because the monsters, the secrets, and the boy who guarded them were all exactly where they were supposed to be. In the dark, together, safe. The road stretched out into a horizon that was no longer a destination, but a velvet promise. The headlights of the truck cut two amber tunnels through the gloom, and for the first time since I'd taken this job, or since the job had taken me, the silence didn't feel like a predatory thing waiting to pounce. It felt like a heavy blanket, the kind that settles over a house after a long fever has finally broken. I reached out and adjusted the rearview mirror. My reflection was still a bit blurred around the edges, a smudge of charcoal against the deeper black of the cabin, but I could see the glint of my own eyes. They weren't glowing anymore. They were just eyes, tired and etched with the lines of a man who had seen the blueprints of reality and decided he preferred the messy, finished construction. The paradox clock sat on the bench seat beside me. It had stopped its impossible folding. Now it was just a wooden box that felt strangely warm to the touch, like a small animal sleeping. I knew it wasn't dead. It was just waiting. A paradox doesn't go away just because you use it. It simply becomes a part of the local geography. I'd have to find a place for it, not a shelf in an archive, but a place where it could breathe. A place where the wrongness of it could serve as a lighthouse for other things that didn't fit. I crossed the county line at 4:14 a.m. The sign was rusted and pockmarked with bird droppings, a beautiful, mundane detail that made me want to weep. As I passed it, the radio crackled. "Elias." It was Sarah. Her voice was thin, coming from a long way off, but it didn't have that hollow, digitized reverb of the library. It sounded like a woman speaking into a telephone in a room with a drafty window. "I'm here, Sarah," I said, my voice raspy. "The lights, they changed," she whispered. "In the hospital, the fluorescent tubes stopped screaming. The shadows under the gurneys came back. The doctors, they look confused, like they just woke up from a dream they can't quite remember. One of them is crying because he forgot his daughter's birthday. He's happy he forgot it. Does that make sense?" "It makes perfect sense," I said. "He's got a secret again, a regret. It's his now. Nobody can take it and turn it into a graph." "Where are you going?" I looked at the road. "I'm going to finish the route. There are a few more things that need to be put back, a few more closets that need to be filled." "Will I see you?" I hesitated. The obsidian fragments in my chest thrummed, a low, melodic ache. I was the curator now, or maybe the janitor of the unseen. I wasn't sure if I could sit in a diner and drink coffee without the shadows in the corner trying to tell me their life stories. I don't know, Sarah, but look under your pillow when you get home. I left something there for you, not a secret, just a memory that belongs to you. I clicked the radio off before she could answer. I didn't want to say goodbye, and in this new world of soft edges and lingering mysteries, I didn't have to. Goodbyes were too final, too much like a period at the end of a sentence. I preferred ellipses. I pulled off the main highway onto a dirt track that led toward the Blackwood Creek. This was where the noise was thickest, a place of marshy banks and weeping willows where the fog liked to huddle even in the height of summer. It was a place the great Noon would have paved over first, turning the swamp into a standardized water retention facility. I stopped the truck at the edge of the water. The air was thick with the smell of peat and stagnant pools. I hopped out, carrying the Paradox clock and a heavy, leather-bound ledger I'd taken from the manager's office during the chaos. It wasn't a book of names. It was a book of unresolved echoes. As I walked toward the water's edge, the fog began to part, but not for me. It parted for a figure standing on the pier. It was the manager, or at least a version of him. He wasn't the radiant God King anymore, nor was he the man in the sharp suit. He looked like a weary bureaucrat, his tie loosened, his sleeves rolled up. He was holding a clipboard, but the pages were blank. "You've created a lot of paperwork for me, Elias," he said. He didn't sound angry anymore. He sounded exhausted, like a man who had spent his whole life building a sandcastle only to watch the tide come in. "The paperwork is the soul of the world, right?" I said, stopping a few feet from him. "That's what you told me." "I told you the archive was the soul. This," he gestured to the swirling fog, the croaking frogs, and the messy, unpredictable darkness. "This is just static. It's inefficient. People will suffer, Elias. They'll get lost. They'll fear the dark again. They'll lie to each other. They'll commit crimes that we could have prevented by simply knowing they were going to happen." "Yeah," I said, looking at the clock in my hands. "They'll be human. They'll have the right to be catastrophes." The manager sighed, a sound like wind through a hollow log. "The great Noon isn't dead. You've just eclipsed it. The sun always comes back up. The urge to know, to categorize, to shine a light into every corner, that's just as human as the urge to hide. You haven't won a war, you've just started a cycle." "I can live with a cycle," I said, "as long as there's a night to balance the day." I knelt down and placed the Paradox clock into the soft mud at the edge of the creek. I didn't bury it. I just let the earth take it. The hands began to move again, that impossible non-Euclidean dance, and as they did, the fog around the creek began to pulse. It wasn't just gray anymore. It was deep violet, midnight blue, and a green so dark it was almost black. "This is the new anchor," I said. "The library is closed, but the creek is open. If something doesn't fit, if a secret is too heavy to carry, it'll find its way here. It won't be archived. It'll just be." The manager looked at the clock, then at me. For a second, his face flickered. I saw a glimpse of a young man, terrified and alone, standing in a dark room. It was his own secret, the one he'd been trying to drown in light for an eternity. "What was his name?" I asked softly. "The boy you were before you became the system." The manager's eyes widened. The clipboard in his hand trembled. He opened his mouth, and for a moment I thought he might tell me. I thought the whole structure of the great Noon might collapse right there on the pier. But he pulled back. He straightened his tie. The flicker of the boy vanished, replaced by the cold, polished mask of the administrator. "That information has been redacted," he said, "for the safety of the archive." He turned and walked into the fog. He didn't vanish. He just became less and less distinct until he was just another shadow among the trees. He was still out there. The system was still out there, waiting in every streetlight, every spreadsheet, and every terms and conditions agreement. But for now, he was just a ghost in his own machine. I turned back to the truck. The boy, the one from the library, was leaning against the passenger door. He was holding a handful of the obsidian shards I'd dropped earlier. "You did good, mister," the boy said. "The under-the-bed parts are happy. They like the new clock." "Glad to hear it," I said. "What about you? You going to stay here?" The boy looked at the creek, then at the truck. "I think I'll hitch a ride for a while. There are a lot of basements in the next county, a lot of attics that haven't been aired out in years. They're going to need someone to make sure the monsters stay under the bed and don't get caught in the porch lights." "Get in," I said. As we drove away from the creek, the first hint of dawn began to creep over the trees. But it wasn't the harsh, bleaching light of the great noon. It was a soft, bruised purple, the kind of dawn that promised a cool morning and a long, slow awakening. I reached over and turned the radio dial. I passed the jazz, past the static, and found a station playing an old folk song, a woman singing about a lost love in a house on a hill. It was a song full of gaps, full of things left unsaid. It was perfect. We drove through a small town as the streetlights began to flicker off. I saw a man on his porch, holding a cup of coffee, looking out at the morning mist with a look of profound, quiet mystery. He didn't look like a data point. He looked like a man wondering what the day would bring. I felt the weight in my chest ease. The obsidian wasn't gone, but it had settled, turning into a part of my own architecture. I was the bridge between the light and the dark, the one who made sure the door stayed cracked just enough to let the shadows breathe. "Elias?" the boy asked, looking out the window. "Yeah." "What happens when the light gets too bright again? What happens when they build a bigger archive?" I gripped the steering wheel, feeling the hum of the road beneath the tires. "Then we'll find a bigger paradox. We'll find a deeper secret. There's always another layer of the dark, kid. No matter how many lights they turn on, they can't get rid of the shadow cast by the lamp itself." The boy nodded, satisfied. He popped a blue candy into his mouth and stared at the stars as they faded into the morning. I drove on. I had a route to finish. I had a world to keep messy. And as the sun finally broke over the horizon, casting long, beautiful, complicated shadows across the highway, I knew that the night wasn't over. It was just hiding, waiting for its turn to tell the truth. I looked at the dashboard clock. It was 5:00 a.m. The most honest hour of the day. I pushed the accelerator down and the truck roared, a localized broadcast of a man who was no longer a fact, but a very, very long story, one that I intended to take my time telling. The road ahead was clear, but the shadows were everywhere, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid to look. I reached into the glove box and pulled out a tattered, old-fashioned map. It was full of hand-drawn notes, coffee stains, and places marked, "Here be monsters." I smoothed it out on the seat between me and the boy. "Where to next?" I asked. The boy pointed to a small, unnamed dot in the middle of a forest, miles away from any interstate. "There," he said. "There's a girl there who's been trying to remember a dream she had when she was 3. The light is trying to tell her it was just a chemical imbalance. She needs to know it was actually a map." "A map to what?" The boy grinned, his teeth white in the growing light. "That's a secret." I smiled back. "Good, let's go." The truck veered off the highway, tires kicking up a spray of gravel that sparkled like fallen stars. We headed into the trees, into the deepening green, into the heart of everything that couldn't be explained. Don't look under the bed tonight, I thought. Not because there's something scary there, but because that's where the magic is kept, and it's rude to stare. The truck disappeared into the timber, the sound of the engine fading until it was just a heartbeat in the distance, a steady pulse in the quiet, waking world. The shadows reached out to greet us, and we drove into them, 2 ghosts in a machine, keeping the world's secrets safe, 1 mile at a time. The map was a living thing, or at least it acted like one. Every time the truck hit a pothole, the ink seemed to shift, the topography rearranging itself to accommodate the new reality I had forced upon the world. The girl the boy had mentioned lived in a place called Oakhaven, a town that didn't appear on any GPS, a town that had been optimized out of existence by the manager's early prototypes. It was a place of soft edges, where the houses were built of wood that still remembered how to creak, and the chimneys breathed wood smoke that smelled of forgotten winters. As we drove, the landscape began to lose its rigid geometric certainty. The pines grew taller than they had any right to be, their needles weaving a canopy so thick it swallowed the morning sun, returning us to a permanent, dappled twilight. This was the fringe, the borderland where the things the world couldn't categorize went to huddle. "You ever wonder why they hate it so much?" the boy asked, his voice competing with the rattle of the dashboard. "The dark, I mean, the big shots with the clipboards." "It's about control," I said, squinting through the windshield. "Light is a net. If you can see a thing, you can measure it. If you can measure it, you can own it. You can't own a shadow. You can't put a price on a secret that no one knows exists." "I think they're just scared," the boy mused, picking at a loose thread on his sleeve. "I think they looked under the bed once and saw something they didn't have a name for, and instead of learning the name, they decided to burn the bed." I thought about the manager, the way his face had flickered back at the creek. He wasn't a monster. He was a man who had traded his mystery for a set of instructions. He was the ultimate victim of his own philosophy. The road narrowed until the branches of the trees were scraping against the sides of the truck, a rhythmic asterisk scritch, scritch, scritch that sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. Then, abruptly, the woods opened up. Oakhaven wasn't a town so much as a collection of intentions. The houses were Victorian, leaning against one another for support, their windows like heavy-lidded eyes. There were no streetlights here. The only illumination came from the occasional candle in a window and the faint, bioluminescent glow of the moss that grew over everything. I pulled the truck to a stop in front of a house that looked like it had been folded out of old stationery. It was tall and narrow, with a porch that sagged in the middle like a tired smile. "This is it," the boy whispered. "Room 3B, top floor. Her name is Alara. She's 10, but she feels like she's 100 because the light keeps trying to tell her she's wrong about the world." I grabbed the leather-bound ledger from the seat. "What am I supposed to do? I'm a driver, not a therapist." "Just give her back what's hers," the boy said, opening his door. "The archive stole the dream because it didn't fit the standardized childhood experience. It's sitting in that book of yours, page 114, the one that feels like cold silk." I opened the ledger. The pages were terrifyingly blank until I touched them, and then the ink would bleed upward from the fibers, forming words that vanished as soon as you read them. I flipped through, my fingers tingling, until I hit a page that felt exactly as the boy described. Dream 882 Alpha, the Silver Forest and the Clockwork Owl. It was a beautiful, jagged piece of imagination, a dream about a world where time was kept by the blinking of an owl's eyes, and the trees were made of mirrors. It was useless. It was inefficient. It was the kind of thing the manager would have classified as cognitive noise. I climbed out of the truck. The air in Oakhaven was heavy and sweet like overripe peaches. I walked up the porch steps, the wood groaning under my boots. I didn't knock. In a place like this, a knock was too formal, too much like a demand. I just pushed the door open. The interior of the house was a labyrinth of shadows. I climbed the stairs, the paradox in my chest humming a low, steady C-sharp. I could feel the girl's presence before I saw her, a pocket of cold, sharp clarity in the middle of the gloom. I found the door to 3B and pushed it ajar. Alara was sitting on the edge of her bed, her knees pulled up to her chin. She was staring at a blank wall, her eyes wide and vacant. She looked like someone who had been hollowed out. "It's not a chemical imbalance," I said softly. She didn't startle. She just turned her head slowly, her gaze fixing on the ledger in my hand. "The man in the white suit said it was. He said my brain was just misfiring. He said there are no silver forests. He showed me a picture of a real forest. It was brown and green and had bugs in it. He lied, I said, walking toward her. I didn't get too close. I knew what it was like to be invaded by the light. He wanted your forest because it was yours. He wanted to put it in a box so he could study the way it shined. I reached into the ledger and with a flick of my wrist, I tore the page out. It didn't tear like paper. It tore like a veil, a shimmering, translucent sheet of pure echo. "Close your eyes," I told her. She obeyed. I leaned forward and pressed the shimmering page against her forehead. For a second, the room wasn't a room anymore. The walls dissolved into silver bark. The ceiling became a canopy of mirrors, reflecting 1,000 different versions of the girl, all of them laughing. I heard the asterisk click-whir of an owl's wings, a sound like a music box being wound. Alara gasped. Her skin, which had been a dull, sickly gray, suddenly flushed with color. Her eyes, still closed, began to move rapidly beneath her lids. She was dreaming while awake, reclaiming the territory that had been annexed by the Great Noon. The silver forest flickered and then settled, sinking into her, becoming a part of her internal geography. The room returned to its dusty, shadowed self, but the emptiness was gone. The girl looked at me and her eyes were no longer vacant. They were deep, dark, and full of secrets. "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't thank me," I said, closing the ledger. "Just keep it hidden. If they come back with their flashlights, tell them you don't remember anything. Tell them you're just a normal girl with a normal brain." "I know how to hide," she said, and there was a steel in her voice that hadn't been there before. "I'll build a wall of silver around it." I left her there, sitting in the dark, a small queen in a kingdom of one. Back at the truck, the boy was waiting. He looked older than he had 10 minutes ago, or maybe it was just the way the light hit him. "One down," he said. "Only about 6 billion to go." "I'm not going to finish this in one night, am I?" I asked, climbing back into the driver's seat. "The night never ends, Elias. That's the secret. People think the sun comes up and the night goes away, but the night is just waiting on the other side of the world. It's a relay race." I started the engine. The radio was playing a low, thrumming bass line now, something that felt like it was being played in a basement 3 streets over. As we drove out of Oakhaven, I looked in the rearview mirror. The town was already fading, the houses blending back into the trees, the bioluminescent moss swallowing the tracks of my tires. It was a place that didn't want to be found, and I was happy to let it stay lost. We hit the main road again, but the main road was no longer the sterile, predictable ribbon of asphalt it had been. It was a winding, unpredictable thing, full of sudden turns and unexpected fog banks. The Great Noon had tried to flatten the world, but the world was pushing back, its natural curves and hidden hollows returning like grass growing through the cracks in a sidewalk. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my chest. The paradox was vibrating, a frantic, jagged rhythm. "What is it?" the boy asked, his voice sharp with alarm. "Something's coming," I said, gripping the wheel. "Something big. The system isn't just letting us walk away." The sky ahead of us began to change. It wasn't the purple of dawn or the black of night. It was a blinding, artificial white, like the glare of 1,000 stadium lights. It was a wall of pure information, a tidal wave of known facts rushing toward us. The manager had said the Great Noon was a cycle. He'd omitted the part where the cycle tries to crush anything that stands in its way. "They're trying to re-index the area," the boy shouted over the rising hum of the light. "They're going to turn everything back into a grid." I looked at the dashboard. The needles were spinning wildly. The radio was screaming static, not the static of a dead signal, but the static of 1,000,000 voices all speaking at once, reciting census data, weather reports, and tax codes. I had to do something. I couldn't just drive through it. The light would strip the secrets right out of the truck, out of the boy, and out of me. We'd be reduced to a set of coordinates and a list of belongings. I looked at the green plastic soldier on the dashboard. I looked at the blue porcelain bowl, and then I looked at the boy. "Hold on," I said. I didn't hit the brakes. I didn't turn the wheel. I reached into the space between the seats, into the place where I kept the unresolved echoes, and I pulled out the paradox clock. It was glowing now, a deep, bruised violet. I could feel the gears grinding against the laws of physics, the wooden casing warm and pulsing like a heart. "What are you doing?" the boy asked. "I'm going to give them a secret they can't index," I said. I opened the glass face of the clock and jammed my thumb into the center of the hands. The world didn't explode. It didn't go dark. Instead, time became a physical weight, a thick, viscous liquid that poured out of the clock and flooded the cabin of the truck. The white light of the system hit the liquid and refracted, shattering into a billion different colors, none of them standard. The truck felt like it was lifting off the ground, but we weren't flying. We were sliding sideways, out of the 3 dimensions the manager understood and into the 4th, the 5th, the infinite. I saw the great noon for what it really was. A thin, fragile sheet of glass stretched over an abyss of beautiful, terrifying complexity. I saw the archive, a tiny, sterile box floating in a sea of unwritten stories. I leaned out the window and screamed into the white glare. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a scream of defiance. "I am the driver," I roared, "and I don't have a destination." The paradox clock shattered in my hand, not into pieces of wood and brass, but into moments. I saw my mother's face when I was 4. I saw Sarah's smile in the hospital. I saw the boy standing in the rain. I saw 1,000 different versions of myself, all of them keeping 1,000 different secrets. The white light couldn't handle it. It was too much data. It was too much unknown. The wall of glare began to crack, the artificial sun splintering like a dropped mirror. With a final bone-jarring thud, the truck slammed back onto the asphalt. The silence that followed was absolute. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking on the wheel. The white light was gone. The re-indexing had failed. The sky above us was a deep, velvet black, salted with stars that flickered with a stubborn, independent light. The boy was still there, but he looked different. He looked solid, real, like a kid you might see riding a bike down a suburban street at dusk. "You broke it," he whispered, his eyes wide. "No," I said, wiping a bead of sweat from my forehead. "I just reminded it that it doesn't know everything." I looked down at my hand. The paradox clock was gone. In its place was a small, smooth stone, the color of a storm cloud. It was heavy and it felt like it had a pulse. "What's that?" the boy asked. "The core," I said. "The thing that makes a secret a secret. It's the part of the story that never gets told." I put the stone in my pocket. I knew I'd need it later. The system would try again. It would always try again. But for now, the road was ours. I put the truck in gear and started to drive. The headlights cut through the dark, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I was running away from anything. I was just moving. We passed a sign that said, "Welcome to Nowhere." Someone had spray-painted "Population," everyone underneath it. I liked that. It felt accurate. "Elias," the boy said after a few miles. "Yeah. Do you think Sarah's okay?" I looked at the blue porcelain bowl on the seat. A single, small flower had appeared in it, a jasmine blossom, white and fragrant. "She's fine," I said. "She's got her own secrets to keep now, and she's got a silver forest if she ever needs to hide." The boy nodded and closed his eyes, his head leaning against the window. Within minutes, he was asleep, his breathing steady and slow. He wasn't a guardian or a ghost anymore. He was just a tired kid. I drove through the night, through the 4:00 a.m., through the hours that the world usually tries to forget. I saw things that the manager would have hated. I saw a man talking to a stray cat as if it were an old friend. I saw a woman dancing alone in a darkened kitchen. I saw a house where all the lights were on, but no one was home. Each one was a story, each one was a mystery. I didn't stop to index them. I didn't try to understand them. I just drove past, a silent witness to the beautiful, messy, unorganized truth of existence. As the true dawn began to break, a soft, orange glow that didn't demand anything, I pulled the truck over to the side of a cliff overlooking the ocean. The water was a deep, churning gray, the waves crashing against the rocks with a rhythmic, prehistoric violence. I got out of the truck and stood at the edge of the world. The air was cold and salt-stung. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the storm-colored stone. I looked at it for a long time, feeling the wrongness of it, the way it seemed to pull the light toward it and swallow it whole. "Sleep well," I whispered, and I threw the stone into the sea. It didn't splash. It just vanished into the gray water, a secret joining a billion other secrets in the dark heart of the ocean. I walked back to the truck. The boy was still asleep. The radio was playing a soft, acoustic melody, something about a long road and a home that was always just over the horizon. I climbed in, put my hands on the wheel, and looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were gray. My face was lined. I was a man who had seen the end of the world and decided to keep driving. "I've got the watch," I said to the empty cabin. And as the sun rose, not as a tyrant, but as a guest, I put the truck in gear and headed toward the next town, the next shadow, and the next beautiful, impossible thing that needed to stay hidden. The road stretched out forever, and for the first time in a long time, I was looking forward to seeing where it went. Because in a world where nothing is certain, anything is possible. And that was a secret worth keeping. The engine's hum had changed. It no longer sounded like a mechanical struggle against the vacuum of the void. It sounded like a conversation. Every rattle of the loose change in the ashtray, every squeak of the suspension as we navigated a pothole, felt like a note in a symphony that the manager could never transcribe. I drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the blue porcelain bowl. The jasmine blossom remained there, a tiny, defiant flag of scent in the stale air of the cabin. The boy stirred as we crossed the state line. The sign was rusted, riddled with bullet holes that looked like a constellation if you squinted hard enough. "Welcome to Ohio*, it claimed, but the land didn't look like Ohio. It looked like a memory of a place that had never quite decided what it wanted to be. The hills were rolling and covered in a mist that didn't burn off as the sun climbed higher. This was a soft morning, the kind where the edges of the trees blurred into the sky, and the horizon was just a suggestion. "You're different," the boy said, his voice thick with sleep. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. He didn't look like the spectral hitchhiker I'd picked up at the creek anymore. He looked like he belonged in the passenger seat, a permanent fixture of the journey. "I feel lighter," I admitted, "even though I just threw away the most powerful thing I've ever touched." "That's how it works," he murmured. "The things we carry for the system are heavy because they aren't ours. When you carry your own secrets, they have wings. They help you walk." I glanced at the ledger on the seat between us. It was closed, its leather cover scarred and weathered. What happens to the archive now? I broke their rhythm. I shattered their clock. They aren't just going to let us wander the map. "The archive is like a giant eye," the boy explained, staring out at the passing cornfields. "You didn't poke it out, Elias. You just threw a handful of dust in it. It's blinking right now. It's trying to clear its vision. It's searching for the standard again, but you've introduced a mutation. You're a glitch that knows it's a glitch. That makes you very hard to track." We drove through a small town called Omslo. It was the kind of place that the Great Noon would have loved to optimize. It had a main street, a post office, and a diner with a neon sign that flickered "Eat asterisk." But as we passed the diner, I saw a man sitting on the curb, meticulously painting the shadows of the telephone poles onto the asphalt with a bucket of black tar. He looked up as the truck rumbled by and tipped a non-existent hat. Further down, a group of children were playing a game of tag, but they weren't running. They were standing perfectly still, eyes closed, seemingly communicating through some silent psychic frequency. The town felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the light to turn hostile again, but for now it was basking in the ambiguity of the morning. "We have a delivery," I said, the words surprising me. I hadn't looked at the ledger, hadn't felt the sting of the paradox, but I knew. "Who?" "A man named Silas. He lives in a house that isn't there." The boy smiled. "The vanishing point. I've heard of it. It's where the things that are lost in the mail actually end up." I followed an instinct that felt like a compass needle made of bone. I turned off the highway onto a dirt track that seemed to dissolve into tall grass. The truck groaned, its tires spinning in the soft earth, but it didn't sink. It felt like we were driving on top of the world rather than through it. The house appeared gradually, like an image developing on film. First, the outline of a chimney, then the slope of a roof, and finally the weathered gray shingles of a saltbox cottage. It sat in the middle of a field of wildflowers that were all the color of twilight. There were no power lines, no fences, no roads leading away from it. It was a destination without an origin. I pulled the truck to a stop and reached for the ledger. It opened naturally to page 202. The page didn't feel like silk or mirrors. It felt like the dry, papery skin of an onion. Object 109 Gamma, the last echo of a first love. It wasn't a dream or a nightmare. It was a sound. When I touched the page, I didn't see images. I heard a low, melodic hum, the sound of a woman humming to herself while she hung laundry on a line in 1954. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated contentment. The archive had flagged it as redundant emotional data. To them, a hum was just a vibration of air. To Silas, it was probably the only thing that kept the walls of his house from blowing away. I stepped out of the truck. The air here was thin and tasted of ozone. A man was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair that didn't have any rockers. It just hovered a few inches off the wood, swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. He was old, his skin mapped with 1,000 stories, his eyes the color of a fading bruise. "You're late, driver," he said, his voice like dry leaves skittering across a driveway. "The traffic was a bit heavy in the fourth dimension," I replied, walking up the steps. Silas looked at the ledger. "You have it, the hum." "I have it." I didn't tear the page this time. I simply held the book open toward him. Silas leaned forward, his face inches from the paper. He took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, the ink on the page began to vibrate. The humming filled the air, soft at first, then swelling until it seemed to vibrate in my very teeth. Silas closed his eyes. A tear tracked through the dust on his cheek. For a moment, the house behind him shivered, becoming more solid, more vibrant. The gray wood took on a golden hue, and the smell of lavender and laundry soap drifted from the open door. "She always did have a flat second note," Silas whispered, a smile breaking across his face. "The archive told me it was a mechanical error in my memory. They told me the frequency didn't exist in the natural world." "The natural world is much larger than their clipboards," I said. Silas reached out and touched the page. The humming stopped, but the air around him stayed warm. He looked at me, and for a second I saw the young man he had been, standing in a sun-drenched yard with a woman whose name was a secret he would never tell. "What will you do now?" I asked. "I'll listen," he said, "and I'll keep the house right here at the edge of the point. If the light comes looking for me, I'll just hum until they get confused." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small brass key. It had no teeth, just a smooth, polished surface. He handed it to me. "For the ignition," he said. "When the road stops being a road, use this. It doesn't start the engine, it starts the intent." I took the key. It was cool to the touch, but it vibrated with a faint, sympathetic resonance to the hum I'd just delivered. I thanked him and walked back to the truck. The boy was watching me from the window. "You're getting good at this. You didn't even ask for instructions." "The instructions are in the work," I said, climbing back in. I took the brass key and slotted it into the ignition next to my regular keys. The truck didn't sound different, but the dashboard lights flickered from a harsh amber to a soft, pulsing violet. "Where to now?" the boy asked. "Wherever the shadows are thinnest," I said. "We need to bolster the borders before the manager finds a new way to turn the lights on." We drove away from the vanishing point, and as I looked in the mirror, the house didn't just get smaller. It folded into itself like a piece of origami until it was just a speck of gray in a sea of purple flowers, and then it was gone. The hours that followed were a blur of non-standard deliveries. We stopped at a bridge that only existed during the change of the tides to deliver the color of a lost marble to a man who lived underneath the spans. We found a woman in a library that sold books with no titles, and gave her back the memory of how it felt to fall and fell in love with a stranger on a train. With every delivery, the ledger grew lighter, and the truck grew stranger. The headlights now projected scenes from silent films onto the fog. The windshield wipers moved in time with the music on the radio, which had transitioned from static to a broadcast from a station that claimed to be located on the moon. But the feeling of being hunted never truly left me. It was a prickle on the back of my neck, a sense that the standard was recalibrating. "They're using the satellites," the boy said suddenly, staring up through the windshield at the darkening sky. "They can't see us on the ground because of the paradox, but they're measuring the holes we leave behind. They're looking for the places where the data doesn't add up." "Like a negative image," I muttered. "Exactly, we're a moving void, and they're getting ready to fill it." The sky ahead of us began to hum. It wasn't the pleasant hum of Silas's wife. It was the high-pitched whine of a fluorescent bulb about to pop. The clouds were being pushed aside by a force that felt clinical and cold. "The great noon is coming back," I said, gripping the wheel. "But it's not morning." "It's an intervention," the boy whispered. "They're going to try to fix the sector." The road ahead began to straighten out with terrifying precision. The curves were being smoothed by an invisible hand. The trees on either side of the road were being replaced by identical concrete pillars. The mist was being sucked away by a giant, invisible vacuum, leaving behind a world that was too sharp, too bright, and too empty. I saw them then. On the horizon, a fleet of white vans was approaching. They didn't have drivers. They moved in perfect synchronization, a phalanx of order. Above them, a drone shaped like a perfect silver sphere hovered, emitting a beam of light that turned everything it touched into a wireframe model. "They're re-rendering the world," I shouted. "They're deleting the textures." "Use the key, Ilias. Start the intent." I grabbed the brass key Silas had given me and turned it hard to the left, against the grain of the ignition. The truck didn't speed up. Instead, the world inside the cabin began to bleed. The blue porcelain bowl shattered, but the pieces didn't fall. They floated, becoming a swarm of blue butterflies that battered against the windows. The jasmine blossom grew into a vine that wrapped itself around the steering wheel, its thorns digging into my palms. "Don't look at the road," the boy screamed. "The road is a lie, look at the gaps." I closed my eyes. I didn't need them. I felt the weight of the stone I'd thrown into the ocean. I felt the silver forest in Alara's mind. I felt the hum in Silas's chest. I reached out with my mind and found the unresolved echoes that the archive had tried to bury. I steered the truck into the unknown. There was a sound like a billion sheets of paper being torn at once. The truck bucked and heaved, the metal screaming as it was stretched between the standard and the impossible. I felt the manager's presence, a cold, analytical gaze that tried to categorize my soul, tried to turn my grief into a graph and my hope into a footnote. "Eliasthorne," a voice boomed not in my ears but in my marrow. "You are an inefficiency. You are a broken variable. Surrender the ledger and be reconciled to the grid." "I'd rather be a ghost," I roared back. I slammed my foot on the gas. The truck didn't move forward. It moved asterisk inward asterisk. The white light of the drones hit us, but instead of turning us into wireframes, it was absorbed by the jasmine vines. The butterflies clogged the air intakes of the white vans, their blue wings turning into lead. The wireframe world cracked and peeled away like cheap wallpaper, revealing the raw, chaotic beauty of the void beneath. We were falling through a kaleidoscope of unwritten poems and forgotten lullabies. I saw the manager standing on a platform of pure logic, his face a mask of confusion as his standard world dissolved around him. He reached out a hand, trying to grasp a piece of the reality he had spent his life trying to tame, but it slipped through his fingers like smoke. "You can't own a shadow, remember," I yelled, though I knew he couldn't hear me. Then the light snapped. We were back on a road, a real road. It was narrow, winding, and smelled of wet earth and pine needles. The truck was intact, though the jasmine vines had withered into fine, silver threads that shimmered on the dashboard. The blue bowl was whole again, the jasmine blossom resting in its center as if nothing had happened. The boy was gone. I slammed on the brakes and looked at the passenger seat. It was empty. The ledger was there, but it looked different. It was no longer a book of stolen things. It was a diary, its pages filled with the stories I had helped return. "Boy," I called out, my voice cracking. I got out of the truck. We were in a forest, but not the silver forest. This was a forest of old oaks and thick ferns, the kind of place where you could get lost and stay lost for 100 years. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows across the forest floor. I saw him standing a few yards away, near a massive oak tree whose roots looked like the gnarled hands of a giant. He looked solid now, more real than the trees or the truck. He was wearing a backpack, and he looked like he was ready for a long hike. "I can't go any further with you, Elias," he said, his voice soft. "Why? There are still billions of people out there. You said so yourself." "You don't need a navigator anymore," he said, stepping toward the tree. "You've learned how to read the dark. You've become the thing the archive is afraid of, a man who knows that the map is not the territory." "Who are you?" I asked, a question I'd been holding back since the creek. He smiled, and for a second I saw a flicker of myself in his eyes, the boy I had been before Sarah died, before the light became a weapon. "I'm the part of you that didn't want to be optimized. I'm the secret you kept from yourself." He turned and walked toward the oak tree. As he touched the bark, he didn't disappear. He simply stepped asterisk into the shadow of the tree, becoming a part of the deepening twilight. "Don't look under the bed tonight, Elias." His voice echoed through the trees. "Why not?" I asked. "Because there's nothing there but the world, and the world is enough." I stood in the silence for a long time, watching the shadows grow. I felt a strange sense of peace, a quiet strength that didn't need to be measured or proven. I walked back to the truck and picked up the ledger. I realized then that the book wasn't a burden anymore. It was a map of the heart, a collection of the things that make life worth living, even when it's hard, even when it's dark. I climbed into the driver's seat and looked at the brass key. It was still there, glowing faintly. I turned it to the right, and the engine roared to life with a sound that felt like a promise. I didn't know where I was going, and for the first time in my life, that was okay. I had a truck full of echoes, a ledger full of stories, and a road that never ended. The manager and his great noon were still out there somewhere trying to turn the world into a spreadsheet, but they would never find me. I was the driver. I was the keeper of the unknown. I was the man who lived in the cracks of the system. As I drove into the night, the headlights catching the occasional glint of a silver needle or the flutter of a blue wing, I realized that the boy was right. The night never ends. It just changes shape. And as long as there is a shadow, there is a place for a secret to grow. I reached out and turned on the radio. A woman's voice, low and melodic, began to hum a tune I recognized. A tune with a flat second note that was absolutely, perfectly wrong. I smiled, stepped on the gas, and disappeared into the beautiful, unorganized dark. The hum from the radio didn't just fill the cabin, it seemed to stabilize the very molecules of the Ford's rusted frame. I drove for hours, the odometer spinning backward and forward in a rhythmic dance that suggested time had finally given up trying to track my progress. The road beneath me wasn't asphalt anymore. It was a ribbon of woven moonlight and old memories, stretching across a geography that existed only in the margins of atlas pages. I reached for the ledger. It felt warm, like a small animal dozing in the seat beside me. When I opened it, the pages were no longer numbered. Instead, they were titled by the scent of the air or the frequency of the wind. I turned to a page that smelled of ozone and scorched copper. Object 44 Delta, the silence between heartbeats. The entry wasn't a description. It was a void. A small, rectangular hole had been cut into the paper, and through it I could see a flicker of a different sky, one where the stars were arranged in patterns that looked like ancient, forgotten alphabets. I realized then that I wasn't just delivering objects anymore. I was returning the stitches that held reality together. The archive hadn't just been collecting data. They had been unraveling the tapestry of the human experience to see how the threads were spun. A light appeared in the distance. It wasn't the sterile, bleaching glare of the great noon, nor was it the comforting amber of a farmhouse window. It was a pulsing, rhythmic green, like the blink of a firefly the size of a skyscraper. As I drew closer, the green light resolved into a structure. It was a lighthouse, but it stood in the middle of a vast, dry seabed of cracked salt. There was no water for 100 miles, yet the air tasted of brine and kelp. The lighthouse was built from stacks of old television sets, their screens all tuned to the same emerald static. Standing at the base of the tower was a woman wearing a heavy yellow slicker. She held a clipboard, but as I pulled the truck to a halt, she threw it into a pile of similar clipboards that were smoldering in a nearby pit. "You're the one who broke the rhythm," she said, her voice echoing as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. "The one who let the hum back in." "I'm the driver," I said, stepping out. The salt flats crunched under my boots like broken glass. "I have something for the silence." She looked at the ledger in my hand. The archive thinks they can quantify the gap. They think if they measure the pause between a mother's breath and a child's first cry, they can control the soul. But the gap is where the magic lives, isn't it? I held the book open to the page with the rectangular hole. The woman reached out, her fingers trembling. She didn't take the book. She simply placed her hand over the void in the paper. For a moment, the lighthouse went dark. The emerald static on the television screens vanished, replaced by a single, terrifyingly beautiful image, a human heart beating in slow motion, surrounded by a halo of golden light. Then the silence hit. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a physical weight, a profound stillness that made the salt flats vibrate. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. The woman closed her eyes, and her yellow slicker turned into a gown of shimmering silk. The lighthouse of televisions collapsed, the glass shards turning into a flock of white gulls that took flight into the dark sky, their wings beating in perfect synchronization with the heart on the screens. "The border is reinforced," she whispered. "The archive can't cross the silence, not yet." She handed me a small, silver compass. The needle didn't point north. It pointed toward the nearest person who was currently dreaming. "Keep moving, Elias," she said. "The manager is regrouping. He's no longer looking for the standard. He's looking for the anomaly, and that's you." I got back into the truck. The compass on the dashboard spun wildly before settling on a direction that felt like inward left. I followed it. As I drove, the world began to manifest in ways that defied the archive's logic. I passed a forest where the trees grew upside down, their roots reaching for a sun that stayed beneath the horizon. I drove through a city where the buildings were made of frozen music, the architecture shifting and changing, depending on the mood of the people walking the streets. But the peace was short-lived. The sky above me began to fracture. It looked like a windshield that had been hit by a heavy stone. Long, jagged cracks of brilliant, artificial white light tore through the velvet dark. The Standard was pushing back. The manager hadn't given up. He had simply changed his tactics. He wasn't trying to render the world anymore. He was trying to overwrite it. A voice crackled over the radio, overriding the humming. It wasn't the melodic voice of Silas's wife. It was a synthesized, multitonal drone. Remain calm. Reality is undergoing a mandatory update. Please remain stationary while we re-index your sensory input. Failure to comply will result in permanent data deletion. Not today, I muttered, gripping the steering wheel. I looked at the silver compass. The needle was vibrating so hard it looked like a blur. It wasn't pointing toward a dream anymore. It was pointing toward a tear in the sky. The archive is a machine, I told the empty passenger seat as if the boy were still there. And every machine has a power source. The white vans appeared again, but they weren't driving on the road. They were descending from the cracks in the sky, suspended by cables of pure light. They looked like spiders dropping from a ceiling. They landed in a circle around the truck, their headlights locking onto me with predatory precision. I didn't reach for the brass key this time. I reached for the ledger. I turned to the very last page, the one that had been blank since the day I'd started this journey. I realized then that the archive hadn't left it blank because they ran out of data. They left it blank because it was a mirror. I grabbed a pen from the dashboard, a cheap plastic thing that leaked blue ink, and I began to write. I didn't write about objects or frequencies. I wrote about the smell of Sarah's hair on a rainy Tuesday. I wrote about the way the light hit the dust motes in my father's workshop. I wrote about the fear I felt when I first looked under the bed and found nothing but the dark. I wrote about the boy at the creek and the man with the tar bucket. I wrote my own standard. The ink on the page didn't just sit there. It began to glow with a deep, bruised purple. The words jumped off the paper and began to swirl around the cabin, a whirlwind of autobiography and raw emotion. The white vans closed in, their beams of light trying to dissolve the truck, but the light couldn't penetrate the whirlwind. My memories were too dense, too heavy, too non-standard to be deleted. The archive's logic shattered against the reality of a single lived life. The manager's voice returned, but it sounded distorted, as if he were speaking through a mouthful of gravel. You are creating a feedback loop. You are destroying the integrity of the dataset. Cease immediately. The dataset is a cage, I screamed. I drove the truck straight at the nearest white van. I didn't swerve. I didn't blink. At the moment of impact, I didn't feel the crunch of metal. I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated asterisk being. The white van didn't explode. It dissolved into a puddle of gray ink. The cables of light snapped, retreating back into the cracks in the sky. The cracks themselves began to heal, the jagged white edges fading back into the deep, honest black of the night. The whirlwind of words settled back into the ledger. The last page was no longer blank. It was a dense, beautiful mess of blue ink and tear stains. I pulled over to the side of the road. My hands were shaking, but my heart felt steady. The standard had been pushed back, at least for now. The world felt quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet than the lighthouse silence. It was the quiet of a house after a long, loud party, exhausted, but full of lingering warmth. I looked out the window. A small cat, black as the night itself, was sitting on a fence post nearby. It looked at me with eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 forgotten civilizations. It didn't meow. It just blinked, slow and deliberate, and then jumped down and vanished into the tall grass. I picked up the ledger and tucked it under my arm. It didn't feel like a book anymore. It felt like a heartbeat. The radio flickered back to life. The humming was gone. In its place was a song I hadn't heard in years, a slow, soulful blues track played on a battered harmonica. It was full of mistakes, the notes sliding and bending in ways that would have made a computer scream in agony. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. I looked at the brass key in the ignition. It was still there, a constant reminder that the intent was what mattered. I didn't know if I would ever see the boy again, or if I would ever find a way back to the world I had known before the great noon. But as I watched the first hint of a real, messy, unorganized dawn begin to color the horizon, I knew one thing for certain. The archive could measure the stars. They could index the shadows. They could even try to categorize the soul, but they could never catch the driver. Because the road I was on didn't have a destination. It only had a journey. And as long as there was a single secret left in the world, a single hum that didn't fit the frequency, or a single person who dared to look under the bed and find the universe waiting for them, I would be there. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the road. The headlights cut through the morning mist, revealing a world that was beautifully, gloriously, perfectly broken. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't looking back. I was looking ahead, into the infinite, unindexed possibility of the new day. The engine hummed, the compass pointed toward a dream, and the driver drove on. The morning light wasn't the bleached, surgical white of the manager's domain. It was a bruised purple, bleeding into a soft, dusty orange that tasted of wood smoke and old library books. I drove until the salt flats gave way to a rolling landscape of heather and rusted machinery. The road had become a living thing, a vein of obsidian that pulsed beneath the tires. I could feel the truck's exhaustion, the way the metal groaned not out of disrepair, but out of a shared history of too many miles and too many miracles. I reached across the seat and touched the ledger. It was vibrating, not the frantic digital buzz of the archive, but a low, rhythmic thrum like a cat purring in its sleep. I flipped to a random page. The ink was moving. The stories I had written, the memories of Sarah and the smell of the rain were drifting across the paper, mingling with the older stolen entries. The Standard was losing its grip. The stolen objects were reclaiming their context. A description of a silver thimble was now wrapped in the memory of a grandmother's calloused hands. A stolen frequency was now tethered to the sound of a distant train whistle on a lonely October night. I realized then that the ledger wasn't just a record, it was an anchor. As long as I kept it moving, the archive couldn't finalize the deletion. I was a mobile glitch, a nomadic error in their perfect geometry. The radio crackled. It wasn't music this time, nor was it the manager. It was a series of coordinates, spoken in a voice that sounded like grinding tectonic plates. Terminal 7, the junction of the unseen, bring the debt. I looked at the silver compass. The needle spun once, twice, and then snapped toward a jagged peak on the horizon that looked like a broken tooth. I didn't question the command. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than following a mysterious voice was staying still long enough for the light to find you. As I climbed the mountain road, the air grew thin and cold. The Ford's heater blew out a scent of dried roses and burnt cinnamon. I saw them then, the others. They were parked in the shadows of the overhanging cliffs. A rusted delivery van from a bakery that had closed in 1954, a motorcycle with a sidecar full of clocks, an old school bus painted with murals of galaxies that seemed to swirl when you looked away. The drivers stood by their vehicles, silhouettes against the encroaching dawn. They didn't wave. They didn't speak. They were the keepers of the outliers, the guild of the unindexed. We were all carrying something the archive wanted back. I pulled the truck to a stop at the summit. The road simply ended at a precipice. Below us, a sea of clouds churned, lit from beneath by a flickering, bioluminescent glow. A man stepped out from behind the school bus. He was tall, wearing a coat made of discarded film strips that hissed as he moved. His face was a blurred smudge, as if he had been photographed with a shaky hand. "You're late, Elias," he said. The film strips on his coat showed flickering images of silent movies, Chaplin slipping on a peel, a train pulling into a station, a woman crying in black and white. The road was long, I replied, clutching the ledger. The road is always exactly as long as the story requires, the man said. He pointed toward the clouds. The manager is coming. He's tired of the hunt. He's going to collapse the local reality to flush us out. He'd rather have a void than an unorganized truth. What do we do? I asked, looking at the other drivers. We give it back, the man said. But not to him, we give it back to the source. He walked to the edge of the cliff and opened the back of his film strip coat. Thousands of feet of celluloid spilled out, tumbling into the clouds like a waterfall of memories. The other drivers followed suit. The bakery van driver began throwing loaves of bread that turned into golden birds as they hit the air. The clock collector dumped a crate of gears that vanished into the mist, sounding like 1,000 ticking heartbeats. I looked at my truck. The jasmine vines had turned to silver wire. The blue bowl was glowing with a fierce sapphire light. I looked at the ledger, my life, Sarah's memory, the boy's secret. If I give this up, who am I? I asked. The man with the film strip face looked at me. For a second, his features sharpened. He looked like everyone I had ever met and no one at all. You're the one who survived the great noon. You're the gap between the stars. You don't need a book to tell you that you exist. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief. To let go of the ledger felt like losing Sarah all over again. It felt like admitting that the boy at the creek was just a ghost, and that the unknown was just another word for lost. But then I remembered the boy's last words. There's nothing there but the world, and the world is enough. The sky behind us began to bleach out. The jagged white cracks returned, wider and more aggressive than before. I could see the wire frame of the mountain beginning to show through the rock. The manager was here, and he was bringing the eraser. I grabbed the ledger. I walked to the edge of the cliff. The wind caught the pages, fluttering them like the wings of a trapped bird. I remember you, I whispered to the book. I remember every page. I threw it. The ledger didn't fall like a stone. It opened wide, its pages tearing free and turning into a storm of white petals. As they hit the bioluminescent clouds, the glow intensified, turning from a pale green to a vibrant, chaotic rainbow. The memories didn't vanish. They integrated. The smell of Sarah's hair became the scent of the wind. The sound of the flat second note became the rhythm of the thunder. The white light of the archive hit the summit a second later. It was a wall of absolute nothingness, a digital tide meant to sweep the world clean. It hit the cloud bank and stopped. The rainbow of returned memories acted like a prism, shattering the white light into 1 billion different colors, scattering the manager's logic into 1 trillion incoherent fragments. The scream that echoed through the air wasn't human. It was the sound of a hard drive crashing, the screech of a system failure on a cosmic scale. The white cracks in the sky began to turn into stained glass. The wireframe mountains were covered in a sudden, violent growth of moss and wildflowers. The world wasn't being deleted. It was being overwritten by its own history. The man in the film strip coat vanished. The other drivers and their strange vehicles faded into the mist, their jobs done. I stood alone on the peak, watching the sun finally rise. It was a messy, imperfect sun, surrounded by a halo of dust and atmospheric distortion. It was beautiful. I walked back to the Ford. The truck looked different now. The rust was still there, but it looked like a patina of honor. The jasmine vines were gone, replaced by a simple, honest coat of dust. The blue bowl sat on the passenger seat, empty of blossoms but full of light. I reached for the ignition. The brass key was gone. In its place was a standard, notched metal key on a simple ring. I turned it. The engine didn't roar with a supernatural promise. It coughed, sputtered, and then settled into a steady, reliable idle. It sounded like a machine that knew its place in the world. I drove down the mountain, back toward the world of fences and grocery stores, of clocks that kept linear time and beds that had nothing under them but dust bunnies. I reached the outskirts of a small town as the morning commute was beginning. People were walking to their cars, clutching coffee mugs, looking at their phones, worrying about the standard things, mortgages, weather, the minor inconveniences of being alive. They didn't see the shimmer in the air. They didn't know that for a few hours, their entire reality had been a heartbeat away from being filed into a cabinet. I pulled into a diner called the Silver Needle. I sat at the counter and ordered a black coffee and a piece of pie that tasted like it had been made by someone who actually liked apples. The waitress was an older woman with a name tag that said Martha Asterisk. She had a smudge of flour on her cheek and eyes that looked like they had seen a few things they couldn't explain. Passing through, she asked, refilling my mug. "Just finished a long haul," I said. She nodded, looking out the window at the Ford. "That's a lot of miles on that rig. You look like a man who's seen the end of the road." "I thought I did," I said, "but it turns out the road just circles back." She smiled, and for a second I saw a flicker of the blue butterfly in the reflection of her eyes. "Well, honey, as long as you're moving, you're winning. That's what my daddy used to say." I finished my coffee and walked back to the truck. I reached into the glove box to find a map, but my hand brushed against something cold and heavy. I pulled it out. It was a small brass compass. It wasn't the silver one from the lighthouse. It was old, tarnished, and the needle was pointing directly at my chest. I flipped it over. Engraved on the back in a messy, hand-scrawled script were 5 words. "The map is the heart." I laughed then, a loud, genuine sound that startled a nearby crow. I put the compass in my pocket and climbed into the driver's seat. I didn't have a ledger anymore. I didn't have a navigator. I didn't have a mission from the archive or a debt to the unknown. I put the truck in gear and pulled out onto the highway. I merged with the traffic, just another face in the crowd, another vehicle in the stream. But as I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw a single blue wing flutter past the glass. The manager was still out there somewhere, trying to count the grains of sand. But I was the one who knew the secret. I was the one who knew that the dark wasn't a place to hide. It was a place to grow. I turned on the radio. A local station was playing a weather report. The announcer said there was a 100% chance of sunshine, but I could see the heavy, gray clouds gathering in the west. I could smell the rain coming, a wild, unpredictable storm that would wash away the dust and turn the world into a muddy, glorious mess. I smiled, stepped on the gas, and drove straight into the beautiful, unmapped future. Don't look under the bed tonight, Elias, because the world is already here, and it is more than enough.